Going on, everyone? John Matrix here. Hope you're all having yourselves a wonderful day wherever you're at and whenever you're watching this. We're going to be getting into a long video here. We're going to be checking out the Ouroboros Cycle from the Exploring series. This is a very long video. It's actually broken down into parts. So what I'm probably going to do is do these videos in individual parts as I go along and eventually cut them together, because this is all together like a 3-hour plus long video. And usually with my reactions, it can almost double the length. So this could end up being a 5 to 6 hour long video in the end. Once I get through all these various parts and put them together, I will release this as one long video. But as I go along through it, I may, have little kind of different intros as I'm starting the new segments, and because I'm going to be doing these probably through different days, and I might do like a little mini recap to kind of refresh my memory as to what happened previously, etc., etc. But I plan on, releasing this as one long video to you guys instead of having it in separate different parts. So anyway, that's a long-winded explanation for me to say this is a long one and will probably be a long video. So I appreciate you guys being patient with me getting this out, and etc., because I know this is one that's been requested for quite a while by a lot of different people. So, but I am very much looking forward to getting into this and to getting into the Katsu universe. A lot of people have again requested me to start getting into this canon and this universe, both with the Ouroboros Cycle, and with some of the various demon SCP entities, I think. With like Wrath, etc., etc. So I'll be getting into that at some point in time soon as well. But anyway, links will be down below in the description to the original videos. Since this is going to be broken up into parts, I'll put a link to all the various parts. Or I think he actually has a version of this where all of them together in one long video, so I might just link that. But I'll have links down below in the description to the Ouroboros Cycle and to the Exploring series channel. So please do me a favor, if you enjoyed this video, go over there and give it a like. And if you enjoy the Exploring series content, please do me the favor of giving him a sub if you were not subbed to him already. So without further ado, we're just going to jump into this because, like I said, this is going to be a long one. So this is the Ouroboros Cycle Part 1 by the Exploring series. Volume up, let's go.
Ouroboros Cycle Part 1. There are a lot of SCPs on the SCP Wiki. Thousands of them, in fact. And among the most notable of these entries are the various proposals for the 001 slot. I've already done a video discussing a number of these proposals, but in sheer size and scope, none of the proposals at this time can compete with the Ouroboros Cycle.
Okay, so this is 001 proposal. Okay, and it obviously sounds like it's a major one, being the length of this story.
This is the first topic I've covered on this channel that I've chosen to deliberately break up into a multi-part series due to its size. And although the cycle comprises 4 separate parts, there very well could be more than 4 videos. The 4 parts of the cycle are connected to one another, sometimes more blatantly than other times, but they do comprise a singular story. A story involving reality benders, death, destruction, ineptitude, power struggles, gods, humans, and multiple different groups of interest and persons of interest. Viewing my previous videos will help you prepare for this mini-series, but as always, I'll attempt to explain to the best of my ability. Let's begin then with the first part. The children.
Okay.
The individual accessing this file is one of the O5 Council, O5-13, and we see that the children are a Thaumiel SCP.
So I just recently did a video on O5-13, and he's supposed to be just essentially a regular dude in comparison to a lot of the other O5 councils. He's just some guy they found off the street to keep a perspective of what's happening in the SCP universe from the perspective of the average person.
Meaning they assist the Foundation in some way with containing other anomalies. They are contained underneath a former church in Mexico, which is designated a military waste disposal site, with drones instructed to kill anyone coming within 10 kilometers.
Damn.
A note by O5-2 states that a number of other false 001 items have been added to the database to protect the secrecy of this one, and the info on this file should be drowned in memetic kill agents.
Damn.
Apparently, the O5 Council really wants to keep whatever the children are a pretty big secret. So let's find out exactly what they are.
Yeah.
The children are 9 human beings aged 4 to 11 who gained anomalous properties after some sort of project occurred. They were improperly used, which we'll understand in a bit, which resulted in the death of a high-ranking staff member.
So, I mean, the idea of a number of children, I don't know, for whatever reason, it's giving me, it's reminding me of some of the Scarlet King story, you know, where there's so many seals and the seals potentially could be people. And when enough of them are in our reality, and if they do certain things, Scarlet King can break through. It's just giving me like similar vibes to that, if that's part of the situation. Anyway, let's continue.
Termination of the children was ordered, but they still continued to display signs of life, despite them being functionally brain dead and buried in a tomb beneath the church. Each anomalous child constantly outputs massive amounts of gamma radiation, measured in the hundreds of gigajoules. When separated from another, this radiation is outputted randomly, which is of course horribly dangerous to anyone in the proximity without protection, but otherwise containable. When brought within proximity of each other, however, things get a bit more interesting. The children are collectively capable of somehow transmitting this radiation across vast distances, resulting in the utter termination of objects, individuals, or even entire places. For your information, researchers at the University of Leicester concluded that it would take about 3 gigajoules of energy to vaporize a human body,
Right.
which would also be capable of melting 5,000 pounds of steel, to put the children's capabilities into a bit of perspective. The next document provided is the proposal for a project named Twins of God, which resulted in the children. The project was first introduced in 1922, so this goes back quite a ways. The goal of the project was pretty clear, essentially to create an anomalous weapon wieldable only by the Foundation that is capable of destroying any hostile anomalous threat at long range.
I mean, it kind of makes sense from a certain perspective. You would want to have the ability, like, for example, the deer, if the deer were to come, you would want to have some kind of anomalous being with capabilities equal to or greater, something like that, to be able to fight it off, to protect humanity, to essentially create some kind of SCP that you can control, that you could use as a weapon or a shield against other anomalies that could potentially be world-ending, threatening, etc., etc. That makes sense to, you know, a certain degree. But then there's also the situation of you could be creating your own downfall. You know, what if you can't control it? What if any number of uncalculable scenarios happen that end up not going the way you want it to, and you end up creating something far more devastating than what is already there, and or destroying yourselves, essentially, which probably sounds like that's what's going to happen.
The leader on the project was O5.
I guess they still have the, you know, the SCP-2000 backup as always. So, I mean, I guess as long as that is functioning, you know, maybe they see that as like, well, we have this, so let's experiment.
5-1, assisted by 2 other O5 members, further indications that this was a super high priority project. They were given a few anomalous objects, a new containment and testing facility, and at least 50 adult D-class. They learned that through the interactions between 2 of the anomalous objects, objects over long distances could be altered to make them functionally non-existent. Using another item, they can transfer this property to a human, allowing for greater control. And if successful, the resulting anomalous human will be handed over to the administrator of the Foundation. This entire project was put into motion to deal with a single group of interest, known as the Kingdom of Abaddon, which we'll get to in a minute.
Okay.
The administrator alone will have access to a number of mind kill agents embedded in the anomaly to prevent others from utilizing it. There are 4 different levels of these agents, escalating in effect from reduction of motor functions to reduction of mental faculties to fully dissolving their upper nervous system. Notably, the agent designed to reduce anomalous capabilities is still undergoing development. If these kill agents fail to stop the anomaly or prevent it from falling into enemy hands, security teams are to engage and terminate utilizing long-range ballistic weapons and anti-radiation protection gear. If this fails, the Foundation brings in heavier artillery, continually bombarding the anomaly with cannon fire. If this also fails, an on-site explosive is activated, and the administrator will follow up on this, whatever that entails.
Yeah, the administrator was brought up in the SCP 0513 video. That's the first time that I've heard about him. So, yeah, I guess it seems to be only in certain universes that might be someone above the 05 Council.
2 years into the project, it's run into some issues, as the experimentation has resulted in acute radiation sickness and a handful of casualties. Not great, but not terrible. They reinforced the containment facility and moved the personnel chambers off-site. The Kingdom of Abaddon continued to trouble the Foundation, resulting in the administrator putting in more resources into the project in an attempt to expedite the results. Unfortunately, so far, no human has been capable of surviving the process of gaining the anomalous properties. Basically, their minds would be fried, resulting in random outbursts of energy that would destroy nearby objects and people, and the team would have to terminate. Thus, the idea was born to spread out the anomalous properties across a number of different individuals,
so more people
to
can
lessen the strain on each
Right.
one. It seems by this point, though, the Foundation's resources were running low in their war against the Kingdom of Abaddon, and so the supply of D-Class to the facility was running dry. A group of armed Foundation agents entered a church in a small Mexican town and collected a number of children for testing. The rest of the population was given amnestics and moved out, while the town became the new testing site. 23 of the children were chosen for research, and the rest were terminated.
Damn.
We learn in a letter from the administrator that the project team was authorized to go into the town to find subjects, but only adults. He also instructed them to tread lightly, as enough blood has been shed.
Yeah, what the fuck? Sounds like Abaddon just decided he was sick of being War Master and settled down. Yeah, right?
Well, it seems that 05-1 didn't care much for the administrator's thoughts on the matter, as they got plenty of blood on their hands, and with children no less. While it might seem as if this is a typical example of some monstrous individuals working for a shadowy organization, it could just be that the ends justify the means in this case. Let's find.
Yeah, we don't know enough about Abaddon to say, like, what's really going on with them. What are they doing? What are they using? Why is there a war between them and the SCP Foundation? So we don't really know, like... Obviously, it sounds very cruel that they've gone in here. They've essentially stolen children from their families, and they've relocated these families, you know, gave them amnestics, and then killed off a certain amount of kids. So, like, it's very out of character for the SCP Foundation. They're not usually this kind of cruel, I guess. You know what I mean? So, what is going on that drove them to this point is the question.
Find out about this Kingdom of Abaddon that has
Yeah.
the Foundation so spooked. They are marked as priority level 5, presumably the highest, with a very high threat level. They are a collection of anomalous humanoids located in the Sahara Desert.
Well, I don't know. It depends on the various universes and canons and yada yada, but from the majority of the stories that I've gone through, this isn't something the SCP Foundation will generally do without reason, you know?
Each one of them a capable reality bender. This means that capture of
I mean, that's what I'm saying. They don't do these things, though, unless there is reason. So what is the reason?
these entities has proven to be impossible and generally exceedingly dangerous. First discovery of the Kingdom of Abaddon was in 1912 by a convoy of French military in northern Libya, who were reportedly attacked by 6 sorcerers capable of flight and resistance to firearms.
Interesting.
80% of the convoy was wiped out, and the survivors were amnesticized and released. The Foundation would soon encounter the group themselves while raiding a warehouse in southern Egypt belonging to the Church of the Broken God. The MTF there were attacked by a group of anomalous individuals, but managed to fight them off and even capture a lower-ranking reality bender.
Okay. So it sounds like this Kingdom of Abaddon potentially might have some kind of reality bender, SCP anomalies, essentially, that are running this, and lesser ones for soldiers or something. I don't know. Interesting.
Interrogation, the Foundation learned that the Kingdom of Abaddon was a group of reality benders originally from Arabia that went into the Sahara to make their own nation. Using their abilities, they converted a section of the desert into a hospitable kingdom and began growing their civilization. Newborns were brought before their leader, known as God King Abaddon, who converted them into reality benders. Inbreeding and genetic malfunctions plague the closed society, however, and the organization will likely fall within 20 years' time. It seems the God King is aware of this fact, and so now the kingdom is branching outwards across the African continent, attacking Foundation facilities and stealing SCPs. Yeah, an army of hostile inbred reality benders is certainly a pretty big problem, and having access to a weapon capable of obliterating them from long distances would definitely be handy. The project to create this weapon was finally completed in November of 1924, 2.5 years after its commencement.
Sounds like, I mean, it's a different universe, I would assume, but it sounds like it could be a job for Dr. Clef, because if he's a reality anchor and is immune to reality bender stuff, just send him in there to wipe him out. You know what I'm saying? Like, he could just go in there and kill him.
And 12 years after initial sightings of the Kingdom of Abaddon. The announcement made by O5-1 claims that they have spat in the face of God and took his throne for their own. After killing hundreds or more D-Class, they managed to successfully turn a group of children into brain-dead living weapons. O5-1 calls the administrator short-sighted for expressing regret about what they did to that Mexican town and to the children.
That's fucked up.
But he says that they are gods now. Thus begins the testing of these godlike children. And we learn that what seems to be happening is that the children are drawing energy from a currently unknown extra-dimensional space and using that energy to unbind atoms at the quantum level.
Yeah, damn.
We got a hint of this earlier, as one of the SCPs they used to make the children was called Harkin's Gateway. The only questions then are, what exactly is it a gateway to?
Yeah.
And what exactly is this energy doing to people? Apparently, the Foundation does not know and does not especially care.
To not care, yeah.
As the children are doing what they were made to do. Eliminate threats.
It's wiping out the problem at the moment.
All the children require is a description of a person, place, or object, and they immediately get to work. They tested their abilities on a steel rod, 5 kilometers away, resulting in its vaporization, with no quantifiable remains left. They tested another rod, 800 kilometers away, with the same result.
That's a hell of a weapon to assassinate people with, man. You know? A group of people that are able to target anyone, anywhere, at any time, and essentially wipe them out on a quantum level.
O5-1 leaves a note that truly this is a weapon built for only the boldest of men. They tested a steel sphere 1,000 kilometers away with the same result, and then amped it up pointing the children at a Church
real.
of the Broken God worship site in Turkey, 11,500 kilometers away.
Now, I know there's different factions in the Church of the Broken God, and some are more cooperative with the SCP Foundation and some aren't, but for the most part, it seems like the Church of the Broken Gods would be considered good guys, you know, overall. I mean, I'm sure, again, there are certain factions that are more fanatical that probably work against the SCP Foundation in certain instances to get pieces and whatever else, you know, to put Meccan back together and yada yada. But it's, I don't know. It seems strange that the SCP would be targeting a group of worshippers from the Church of the Broken God, like what they're talking about here.
The site itself was vaporized, but not the individuals inside of it. They then told the children to target an individual at the same site, resulting in his vaporization. The administrator sends a letter to O5-1 expressing his gratitude on the success of the project and how happy he is that they'll finally be able to stop the Kingdom of Abaddon. He goes on, however, to admit his concerns about O5-1 himself, worried that the stress of the project has taken its toll on him.
Well, he sounds a little kind of unstable to begin with, as he sounds definitely much more of a ends justify the means and I'm going to get shit done, damn the consequences type of person. And I don't necessarily, like, there's a time and place for that, obviously. But I feel like in a universe like the SCP Foundation and the stuff that they deal with, oftentimes that kind of like brazen move forward attitude, I feel like would cause more problems than would fix, right? Because like there's a lot of stuff that if you don't know how a nuclear bomb works and the one's put in front of you and you don't know what it is and you start fiddling with it, you're more than likely just going to set it off, right? And that's how a ton of SCP anomalies are in this universe. If you start fiddling with them and you don't know what they are, you're going to set it off and it's going to cause a problem. You know what I mean? Most other factions are considered expendable by the Foundation until they aren't. Church can be useful against the Sarkics, but they are still a threat to the normalcy. I mean, I can see that, yeah.
He's planning on promoting him to Site Director of the newly constructed Site-19, and they'll discuss the details when he visits the children next month. O5-1 responds with a simple, "I am fine, Administrator. The project is finished. We will complete our task when you arrive." That sounds a little ominous. And sure enough, the next note from a month later tells us that the administrator was murdered. O5-1 is one of the killers, with 3 other doctors and an agent listed as accomplices.
Nice.
The Kingdom of Abaddon was apparently wiped out as well, as all of the MTF teams assigned to investigate them are recalled from active duty. Examination of the Sahara.
So is this like a situation where this member of the SCP Council is like trying to pull a coup or something using this now? Kills the administrator, kills the Abaddon guys, and is like trying to vie for more power in the SCP Foundation, like take control of it himself.
Sahara Desert reveals not a single trace of their civilization, as the children utterly obliterated them. Let's get some explanations then in the form of an audio recording made by O5-13, whom you might remember is the one accessing this whole document.
Right.
It's been a long time since the night that the administrator died, and he mentions that he might be the only one left who still remembers what happened. He begins discussing O5-1, who he describes as smart, charismatic, passionate, and most notably, detached. O5-1 was the original designer of the Thaumiel designation, as he had no love for the Foundation's commitment to containment, and thought that they could provide better containment of most of the anomalies if they just utilized some of them. This willingness to use anomalies rather than just keep them locked up might tip off some red flags for you if you've been following this whole series, but I'll save that for the end. As a result of this, O5-1 jumped at the chance to lead the project to create an anomalous weapon, and was given the lead due to his charisma. O5-13 admits how hilariously outmatched the Foundation was against the Kingdom of Abaddon. And although you might be thinking that the SCP Foundation doesn't have too much trouble containing reality benders, keep in mind that this was taking place in the 1920s, when the Foundation was far less capable. Additionally, there were reports that God King Abaddon was a Class 5 reality bender, meaning that he could have just wiped the entire Foundation from existence if he wanted to. As it was, however, they were more systematic, wiping out sites and taking a handful of SCPs with them. O5-13 says that O5-1 was fascinated by the project, and was fascinated by the children. He can still hear their screams in his head from when they put them into the machine and pulled out their souls, replacing them with something else. That also sounds pretty ominous, and another clue that the Foundation at the time was messing with forces far beyond their understanding.
For real.
The administrator arrived at the site to witness O5-1 telling the children to destroy the Kingdom of Abaddon. There was a flash of light, and although they had no way of knowing if it worked, they breathed a sigh of relief. Then, suddenly, the administrator disappeared, with his clothes falling to the floor, and O5-1 sprinted away towards an emergency exit.
Now, I wonder if it's a situation, was the administrator a member of this Kingdom of Abaddon the whole time? Or did this, did he also tell them afterwards to kill the administrator,
He escaped, along with 4 other members of the team, and a number of junior and senior staff defected with him.
So he's now defecting from the SCP, maybe taking these kids with him?
Apparently, O5-1 had been planning this rebellion all along, and helped create the project just to facilitate it. They proceeded to bury the children beneath the church, who are likely still alive, and still capable of destroying anything in existence. The only one that knows the activation words, however, is O5-1, who is still missing. The 8 members of the O5 Council who remained forged ahead, but O5-13 still occasionally thinks about those buried children, and about O5-1, wondering if he found whatever it was he was looking for. The final note attached to the file is addressed to O5-13, and I'll take the time to read it in its entirety. 13. When we were young, you asked me if I thought that our dreams would ever be realized, if we would ever be able to keep the world truly safe, and hang it up for good. You asked me if I thought we had the means to do so, or if the means existed at all. You asked me to what lengths must we go, what prices we must pay, what allegiances we must forge, in order to achieve perfection. I did not know then. I do know now. There will come a day when the secrets that the Foundation has tried to hide away will rise up from the shifting sands in glorious appearance, when the subjugated will break free from the bonds of their captors, and when the march of progress will no longer be impeded by those who would huddle around their fires, swatting at the ever-growing shadows. On that day, the Foundation will be cast aside, and all that will remain is purpose. Do you hear the black moon howling, 13?
What the fuck?
You will. Soon. Vive l'insurrection. Vive l'insurrection translates to long live the insurrection.
Yeah.
And if it's not clear by now, O5-1 and his compatriots formed the Chaos Insurgency.
I was gonna say, yeah.
I suggest checking out my video on that group if you're unfamiliar. But we know that they are opposed to the Foundation and have no qualms about utilizing anomalies for their own purposes. The only problem is we don't know what those purposes are.
And obviously they would have what seemingly at the time would be the greatest weapon humanity's ever created at their disposal. Even though I guess they're saying that these children are now buried under this church in Mexico and sealed away. But no one knows how to use them other than this defected council member.
05-1 had the activation words to utilize the children.
Yeah.
But whether or not he's dead now, or if he passed those words on to anyone else, is unknown. The children, as a standalone SCP-001 proposal, likely would not make many big waves, so we'll have to look at it as part of the Ouroboros Cycle to get the big picture. It is an interesting story, though, of humans messing with forces beyond both their control and understanding in an effort to protect humanity, which is true for the SCP Foundation as a whole as well. Not all of the questions brought up in this part will get answered throughout the Ouroboros Cycle, and that's okay. But it does show us that for many groups in the SCP universe, the ends always justify the means.
Indeed. Definitely what the Chaos Insurgency is known for. We have a quote. Fuck yeah, dude. Can't tell you how many D-class we had to clean up off the floor after watching their skin melt off their bodies and their bones carbonized and blow away like dust. Dozens, hundreds, I don't know. More than we were expecting and more than the Foundation was willing to allow, even for a project like this. 13 has expressed regret over what we did in San Marco, but 13 is short-sighted. And the administrator is short-sighted. The deaths of a few, even the deaths of many, in order to protect the world from annihilation, it is nothing. And less. Though children are gods now. Their lives committed to a higher purpose. What life is better than that of the omnipotent? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's kind of like, are they really gods? Because they seem to not have any free will. You know what I'm saying? They might have what would be considered the power of gods, but they have no actual free will. So are they really gods? And that also sounds like you probably trapped some other beings, entities in these bodies. So yeah, doesn't sound particularly very godly.
The Ouroboros Cycle.
All right, part 2.
Part 2. In the last part, we looked at 9 children who had been abducted from a small Mexican village and turned into brain-dead weapons by the Foundation to be used against an army of reality benders. Whether or not that act was justified is irrelevant, as it was done, and the Foundation is likely very grateful that it was. In this part, instead of looking at the Foundation creating a godlike weapon, we'll be looking at them combating one. I've already covered this Broken God 001 proposal briefly in my video on the Church of the Broken God, and I highly recommend watching that video first to give you some background info on the church itself. The Broken God is a Moksur entity, a rather unique designation meaning broken, which is being used in place of neutralized.
Is this Metal Gear Rex? Or not Metal Gear Rex? Is it Metal Gear Rex? I don't know. This looks like the first Metal Gear, weapon from Metal Gear Solid.
Think of it like a dormant volcano instead of an extinct one. It's still dangerous under certain conditions, but right now it's not a threat. It is essentially a collection of specific anomalous objects that come together to form an entity that is greater than the sum of its parts, like Voltron. Unfortunately, unlike Voltron, when this entity came together in 1942 in Mexico, it resulted in a catastrophic change to Mexico's geography and one of the most widespread uses of amnestics to date.
I remember watching a video on the Church of the Broken God and whatnot. I thought only a piece of this came together. I didn't think they put the whole thing together. But I remember them saying that, yeah, like a piece of the Broken God came back to life and like went wild and did a bunch of crazy shit in Mexico, and they had to do a lot of stuff to kind of like cover it up and regain control. But I didn't think like the whole Broken God came together. Maybe I'm misinterpreting what he's like, hearing what he's saying. 'Cause it sounds like he's saying that the whole thing
form
actually
an
came together.
entity that is greater than the sum of its parts, like Voltron. Unfortunately, unlike Voltron, when this entity came together in 1942 in Mexico, it resulted in a catastrophic change to Mexico's geography and one of the most widespread uses of amnestics to date.
Maybe I'm misremembering the video that I watched, but I swear it was only like a couple of pieces came together to only still form a fraction of, and it wasn't still the full broken god. But maybe I'm misremembering. Anyway.
The containment procedures note that if a similar event were to occur in modern times, it would be impossible to contain the spread of knowledge, resulting in a broken masquerade scenario, and eventually, an end of the world scenario. There is a partial list of SCPs that were used to make up this entity, and I went over several of them in my Church of the Broken God video.
Yeah, they like tried to put it together. They had the church, from what I remember, the Church of the Broken God had found like 2 parts. They tried to do some kind of ritual or something to put it together, and I don't remember if it went wrong or what, but the thing ended up kind of like going wild and not doing what they expected it to do, and like started going around just like destroying and changing things before they were able to get it back under control. Maybe he's referring to a different video that I haven't watched. I don't know.
But most of them aren't really significant to this story. What is important, though, is that members of that church, or at least a branch of that church, went to efforts to gather together these SCPs for the specific purpose of creating this entity, the Broken God. When they did, the Broken God began to find and integrate whatever metal objects it could into its body, as well as begin seeking out other anomalous objects. Eventually, though, the Broken God was, well, broken once again, with many of the components taken back into Foundation custody, and the primary component left at the bottom of the Gulf of California under a strict watch. Let's find out what broke the Broken God, and all of the background info that led to that event in 1942. We're given a statement taken from a priest of the Church of the Broken God from 1945, who discusses the first time he saw the heart of the
Gypsy
entity
Danger
presented by some other church members. This heart would be the core of the Broken God, the primary component that allowed it to be a god, and eventually the component that is left sitting at the bottom of the gulf. Priests within the church are responsible for blessing various artifacts related to the Broken God, and this priest had already done so on a number of other artifacts. When he first saw this heart, though, he was taken aback by the wrongness of it. It spoke to him telepathically, showing him how much pain it was in, how broken it was, and how much it desired to be whole again. He then corrects himself, saying that the entity associated with this heart didn't desire to be whole, but rather it was being driven by some sort of impulse towards an unthinking end. This is in stark contrast to what the church normally thinks of their god, an entity of pure logic and thought.
Yeah, in general, from what I understand, the Church of the Broken God and Meccan is kind of supposed to be a little bit more of a, I guess, more of a benevolent god, really, again, thinking more towards logic and reason and technological advancement and enlightenment through technology, you know, that kind of way, but isn't necessarily malicious, harmful, trying to wipe out humanity kind of a thing. And it sounds like this is not that sounds like this is something different, or obviously their beliefs and what they were taught throughout their religion was incorrect. You know, it would be interesting, honestly, if it was a situation where Meccan was actually an evil god and like Yaldabaoth was actually kind of like a Mother Nature figure or whatever, and like maybe the like throughout time the various, you know, religions and thoughts around them have been corrupted and changed from information passed down. It would be interesting if it was actually like a flipped situation, you know. Anyway.
Impulses. The priest begged the others to take it to the beach of SCP-2217, where it could conceivably be destroyed, but they ignored him. The heart began to move of its own accord and consumed a nearby wrench, integrating it into its body. The others cheered that their god was unbroken, and the priest never saw them again after that. Next, we're given an excerpt from an interview with a member of the FBI's Unusual Incidents Unit, who describes an encounter she had with some members of the Horizon Initiative. The Horizon Initiative is a group formed by various sects of the main three Abrahamic religions to combat anomalous objects and groups they deem a threat, including the Church of the Broken God. The UIU had already handed over a few religious objects, and now the Horizon Initiative wanted them to hand over the objects they had collected connected to the Broken God. While the UIU agents were deliberating...
Yeah. Let's, when they say the UIU is the one that's the most qualified out there, you know you're in trouble, huh?
A strange woman with iron chains for hair approached them and asked for a small metal box. The agent asked what the box did, and the woman replied that it would be easier to show than tell. The woman somehow induced a vision in the agent of the world falling away and an image of two gears that were once meshed together and now broken apart. The vision continued, with the solar system appearing as essentially a machine, hurtling through an oily cosmos with the power of an infinitely unwinding spring.
Interesting.
After the vision passed, the agent says that the box felt heavier than before, or perhaps more significant, and she handed it over to the woman despite the protests from her teammates or superior. We'll hear about this chain-haired woman again later. Another interview with a priest of the Broken God taken in 1945, this time an excommunicated one though. The interview concerns the heart of the entity, and the priest discusses how he first heard about it from a high-ranking agent of the church named Ezekiel. Ezekiel worked for Robert Bumaro, who had become the leader of the church, and Bumaro's agents could apparently speak with the Broken God. These agents were the first to begin augmenting their bodies with technology, many of them dying because of it. But Ezekiel was spared this fate, as he was especially close to Bumaro. These agents would gather any potential artifacts they could find to see if they were meant to be a part of the Broken God, and ship them down to Mexico if they were. They had found a bunch of these artifacts, but were still missing the heart, the key component. Ezekiel was the one who came to Bumaro and told him that if they couldn't find a heart, perhaps they could build one.
They could make one, yeah. Interesting. So I wonder if this then is the actual like heart of the Broken God, or if they made one themselves and through some kind of ritual, and this isn't the actual heart of the Broken God, you know? I don't know. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. Like the previous picture, or one of the previous pictures, looked like Gypsy Danger, but yeah, this looks like straight out of Pacific Rim, which I would love. I think Pacific Rim would be a great candidate for a fun fucking, you know, kaiju sci-fi show. I think Pacific Rim would be great for like a live action show. But anyway, different topic for a different time.
This was basically heresy as far as most of the church was concerned.
Right.
And so discussion of it was kept a secret. The priest admits that they followed through on this plan. They never found a heart.
So yeah, they never actually found the real heart of, you know, Meccan, I guess. And so they just created one, and probably, yeah, that's what caused the issues to begin with, because it's not the pure heart, it's just something they created.
Instead, they constructed one. He's not sure what exactly they went through to build it, but he has his speculations. There was a drought, the polio crisis hit an all-time high, and thousands died of natural causes, with him believing these events to be connected. He finishes by saying that that was not the heart of God, but instead something altogether different. The next file gives us our first actual look at the 001 entity, a description of some video footage taken by a local film crew that happened to be on site. A home has already been destroyed, primarily the garage, and there are metal fragments and strips of rubber leading down the street. Pieces of multiple automobiles are strewn across the street, and the trail leads to the entity itself, which is currently consuming and integrating a truck. The entity continues to consume any metal in the vicinity, and additionally, a section of the entity itself breaks away and begins to search for more sources of metal.
So it's able to break itself off and find other sources of metal to absorb and integrate into itself.
As this sub-entity searches, it starts to alter its shape, eventually changing into a humanoid figure roughly 3 meters tall, or around 10 feet. It picks up a dead
A woman in chained hair, perhaps?
civilian and places them inside of its body, moving on to pick up a second civilian attempting to crawl away. It also places this civilian inside of itself, and continues to grab civilians in the vicinity.
So I wonder if it's consuming the iron in people's bodies to integrate into itself. And it just sees us as, you know, parts to be added.
Placing each of them inside of itself. A growth is forming on the entity's back, and by the time it has grabbed 6 civilians, the growth is larger than the humanoid itself, and it ceases to walk. Its limbs recede into its body, and its ribs extend out, allowing it to scuttle up onto a nearby roof. Here it sits for 20 minutes until its exterior begins to crack and get torn away from inside, revealing a few humanoids. Each one seems to be infected with SCP-217, a virus that converts organic tissue into organic metal, known as God's Ichor by members of the Church of the Broken God.
I don't think that's one I've gotten through yet.
These humanoids exhibit physical characteristics of the 6 captured civilians, although one of them appears to be dead. One of them, a male with clockwork limbs, jumps from the roof and lands on its stomach, which seems to not harm it. It begins chasing after the 001 entity. The other humanoid, a female with chains growing out of its scalp, waves at the camera crew and then stops, jumping out of view of the camera. Well, that all sounds pretty horrible.
Hey, now they're getting into Warhammer.
And not exactly what I'd picture from the return of an omnipotent godlike entity of logic.
Yeah, so it definitely seems like they couldn't find the actual heart of this broken god that they were looking for. So through some kind of ritual, they created it, and it seems like all they really did was just create some kind of mechanical entity that wants to consume and integrate whatever it can into itself.
There are elements here very familiar to the Church of the Broken God, but as others have said, it's just wrong. The entity is growing though, insatiably consuming every piece of metal in sight to make itself larger, and showing no qualms about killing civilians and turning them into something else.
Yeah.
This event occurred in November of 1942. So let's move on to a phone call between Robert Bumaro and one of his agents from December of 1942.
It's interesting how in the first part it's dealing with these children and something the SCP created, and now we're dealing with the Church of the Broken God, and now they created another entity. So what does that mean that's going to happen in the next videos? You know, is it going to be like an escalation of things that get created that end up to a demise, that end up having to trigger the reincarnation or remaking of humanity or something? I don't know. I'm just thinking ahead. But anyway, let's continue.
The church has reined in the entity, keeping it in a warehouse and continually feeding it more metal, per Bumaro's instructions. The Foundation, meanwhile, has been trying to find the entity. The other
I mean, I feel like it would be a situation where eventually all metal on the planet would eventually be consumed, and then this thing would try to go out into space and consume and keep growing, you know, by consuming the materials from asteroids and other planets and yada yada, kind of a situation, you know? Yeah, this is the Machine Book Church, not even a crazy splinter faction. They definitely messed up. Yeah, for real.
anomalous objects, and any other members of the church. The church has a safe house containing 100 other objects, but Bumaro is certain that the Foundation doesn't know where it is. And even if they did, the world's focus right now is on the World War in Europe.
Right, yeah, because this is the 1942, so World War II is going on at the moment.
The agent mentions that they are having trouble finding enough food for the entity, and it's become so ravenous that it's eating the warehouse it's contained in. They cannot reason with it, but Bumaro is convinced that someone who is devout enough can speak with their god and tell it the necessity for secrecy. Rather than angering Bumaro and admitting that they cannot, the agent assures him that they'll make it happen. As you know, they couldn't manage to keep it a secret for too long, and eventually the entity broke loose again, leading to its destruction. A Foundation commander discusses how his team was planning to ship out of Mexico to go to France in order to keep some anomalous objects out of German hands, when the trains stopped running. There had been a number of refugees in the area who said that their entire town had been consumed by a machine, and the railway shut down due to some incident further north. Foundation personnel in the area were hauling some large objects out of Mexico, and so they were forced to wait it out. But they sent a small group north to check out the accident. 5 days passed before one of the men from the group returned, delirious, going on about a world eater and how the rest of the group was dead. The group had come across the entity, and realizing that they would never be able to contain something like this, attempted to destroy it. Unsuccessfully, obviously. The commander himself saw the entity a while later, referring to it as a mountain of moving parts, blackening the sky as it chewed through everything in its path. He says that this went beyond anything they had been trained for, and that they knew this thing was going to kill them. It was just a matter of when.
Yeah, they definitely fucked up.
Foundation personnel in the area were kept in the dark, figuratively and literally, as the entity continued consuming and billowing out massive amounts of smoke that darkened the sky for weeks. They're told that they are here to fix the rails, but instead they simply sit and wait. A man comes into town with half of his face burned off, delirious. He talks about a machine the size of a mountain that speaks to you, convincing people to throw themselves into it. The people that do so are shredded instantly.
The fuck?
The entity finally comes within sight of the Foundation personnel sitting there, as it moves across the countryside on millions of cogs, like an iron centipede. By this point, its body is large enough to extend upwards into the massive cloud of smoke, making its true size indiscernible. It devours mountains and entire towns whole, pulling them into a hellish furnace in its chest. The people in the area can hear it screaming in their minds.
This just sounds lovely. I just have to say, you know, this giant moving metal mountain that is able to get in your mind and get you to jump essentially into it, where you're just shredded and consumed, and all it's doing, all it wants to do is just eat and consume. Good job, Broken God Church. You guys made a real one here.
Well, this is a pretty big problem for the Foundation.
No shit.
And one that clearly seems to be beyond their capabilities of destroying, let alone containing. And when the Foundation absolutely needs something dead, they know who to team up with. the Global Occult Coalition,
GOC.
or as it was known in those days, the Allied Occult Initiative. To this day, Foundation agents admit that the GOC were the ones responsible for killing the entity. So this is a good example of the GOC doing right as far as the Foundation is concerned. The AOI found an anomalous device on an island off the coast of Greece, and they had come to believe that it could be used in some way to slow the advance of the entity. The device apparently had some mind-altering effect associated with it, and so the agent discussing these events can't really
Apparently, in this particular instance, the GOC are the good guys.
remember much about it. Agents from the AOI contacted the Foundation and came to Mexico, with the Foundation eager for the assistance. The AOI then sent a single agent with the device towards the entity, which was still in the process of consuming everything in sight, including the ground. The clouds then part above the entity, and a massive mechanical construct appears overhead as it begins glowing blue. A bright beam of light erupts from the construct towards the entity, which reacts violently and begins reaching towards it. An explosion commences, and when the Foundation came in afterwards, they found the entity annihilated, the construct disappeared, and a massive chunk of Mexico destroyed, becoming what is known as the Gulf of California.
Oh, damn.
The construct was later found in low Jupiter orbit and was classified as SCP-2399, although it was in a severe state of disrepair. The Foundation removed the heart from the remains of the entity, causing the rest of the parts on the bottom of the Gulf to collapse. They then utilized some experimental amnestics on widespread groups of populations, causing more than 2 million deaths in the following decade.
Yikes.
Whoops.
Yeah, whoops, exactly.
Remember that woman with the chains for hair and that small metal box she took from the FBI? Well, it turns out that she showed up on a small island off the coast of Greece a few months before the destruction of the entity. The AOI approached her, and she was willing to give them the metal box, but then she flipped out and subdued 2 officers before being restrained. She then demanded to be taken to Mexico so that she could take the artifact there. The AOI then looked into what was going on in Mexico and decided to ship a platoon there along with the woman. We'll hear from her again soon. So, the GOC had killed a god, but the Foundation had to clean it up. They
Typical.
found countless small pieces of the entity strewn about, small gears and pulleys and pistons, each of them still moving on their own for some time. Some injuries were had by some agents who were being dumb around the machinery, but only one death, a local who they had sent into the bay to get some straps around the heart. They found him with his head crushed between 2 moving pieces, and it looked like he had shoved it in there himself.
Interesting.
They had also found
So it had probably still it was still alive and had probably convinced him to do that, essentially.
100 anomalous objects connected to the Church of the Broken God, and joked that they might have to build a new site just to contain them all. An agent remarks that standing near those artifacts made you feel something, like serenity or relief, except for the heart. When they pulled it out, the locals complained about hearing voices.
So it seems like some of these other anomalous things that were supposedly part of the Broken God may actually have been, because they made people feel a positive way, made people feel at ease, a sense of serenity. But obviously this heart that was man-made is something different. So it could very well be that there is actually a heart for this broken god out there somewhere. They just haven't necessarily found it.
And none of them would dare approach it, no matter how much money they were offered. The Foundation agents felt iffy about it as well, but they eventually got it loaded onto a ship. The agent then notes that, unlike the rest of the church artifacts, which were unmarked, the heart had a tag on it, reading, "Property of the Factory." If you've watched the rest of my SCP
Yeah, I remember something about the factory, and I think this was tied into Site 13, right?
series, you've already heard about the factory, most notably from a 001 proposal I discussed in my SCP 4000 video. The long and the short of it, though, is that the factory is a lot like Dr. Wondertainment, a poorly understood and mysterious group of creators that make anomalous objects.
Right.
The difference with the
And so the Broken God guys went there and had them make this, essentially.
factory, however, is that their creations tend to be darker or more dangerous. There isn't a whole lot known about the factory, but you can probably bet that they don't worship the Broken God. What ended up happening then is that a group of members of the Church of the Broken God, led by Robert Bumaro, were hell-bent on rebuilding their god at all costs. They had dozens and dozens of small artifacts that they knew were legitimate pieces of the god.
Right.
But what they didn't have, and what they
Was the
really
core.
needed, was the heart. They don't know where the heart is. The Foundation doesn't know where the heart is. Probably no one knows where the heart actually is. And so Bumaro set out
They
to
just
make
made
one
one.
instead. Perhaps that is ultimately what the church is meant to do, make a heart for their god. But the way that Bumaro went about doing so was, in the end, wrong. We don't know exactly what the factory went through to make this false heart. But remember that priest earlier that implied that thousands died due to supposed natural causes right around the time they recovered the heart?
Yeah.
The factory generally doesn't shy away from dealing with entities we'd refer to as demonic, and it's likely some horrible ritual was used to create this false heart.
More than likely.
The false heart allowed the entity to animate, consume metal, and connect to the legitimate artifacts, but it was driven mad by its own creation, and ultimately begged to be killed. In the aftermath, the false heart was being transported on a ship that ended up crashing, leaving it at the bottom of the Gulf. It was designated SCP-882, meaning that, just like SCP-2399, this proposal implies that the actual document for 882 has been falsified.
Gotcha.
The final addendum is from an interview with the chain-haired lady, who claimed to be a part of a previously unknown sect of the church, and agreed to talk to the Foundation. She says that the GOC did not kill the Broken God, as they claim, but instead just a piece of it, the way a camshaft is a piece of a car.
Right.
She says that instead, God is everything, from the biggest star to the smallest particle, meshing together as one cosmic machine. She admits that, at one point, the machine aspect was likely just a metaphor, but the idea grew more powerful over time, taking shape into something more real. She can't answer most of the Foundation's questions about the Broken God, but she does say that regardless of what the Broken God once was, it must remain that way, broken. She also says that the Broken God knows that it...
That's actually kind of fascinating. That line right there, that despite whatever the Broken God once was, that now it must remain broken. Either indicating that it once was something that was holding together and went through some kind of metamorphosis to what it is now, or in order for the universe and life to be what it is now, it had to become broken so that reality can be what it is, you know? And if it were to be brought back whole, it would shatter whatever currently, you know, exists. I don't know, that's just where my mind's going, but it's interesting to think that, you know? Yeah, I think part of the origin story of the Broken God, pieces make up Yaldabaoth Cage, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. So it needs to remain broken, otherwise, yeah, Yaldabaoth could be released again, and then they would go back to how things were before.
it must remain broken, and thus it was the one that allowed itself to be destroyed by SCP-2399.
Which could also indicate that's what the heart is. The heart could potentially be what's caged Yaldabaoth. So if they were to actually get the heart back, you know, it would release Yaldabaoth again. You know, I don't know. Interesting.
She goes on to say that SCP-2399 was already damaged before destroying the entity, as this has all happened before.
Part of the cycle.
She says that eventually, the monster will win, consuming 2399 and using its power to consume everything. She suggests that perhaps this too has happened before, and the universe has been destroyed and remade by the broken god in the past. But this time, there may be some outside forces mingling with it, such as the Factory, or the Davites, or the Fifthus, or some reality benders. She ends by suggesting that the Foundation continue to work with the Church of the Broken God to prevent such occurrences from happening in the future, finishing with, "Apart, we are broken, but united, we are God." In the end, this is one person's interpretation of the Church of the Broken God ethos. And really, we can't be sure how trustworthy this chain-haired woman actually is.
I mean, because, yeah, exactly. She's more than likely going to work in whatever the best interests are for this broken god. But, I mean, it is also interesting that she states that the god must remain broken, right? It seems like all of the other factions of the church are working toward bringing this god and making it whole again, whereas so far she seems to be the only one that's like, no, it needs to stay broken. It has a purpose that way, and if you bring it back together, there's going to be dire consequences potentially.
The Foundation would certainly not like another instance of this entity to pop up, and they are willing to work with the church on other matters, such as dealing with the Sarkics. So who knows? This part of the Ouroboros Cycle doesn't really specifically intertwine with the previous part.
I was going to say, yeah, so far we've only gone through 2 parts of the Ouroboros Cycle out of, I think, the 5 videos that he's made. And this one doesn't really seem to have any kind of interconnection with the other than the fact that this chain-haired woman says that, you know, this is part of a cycle of things that could have happened before and may happen again. It may eventually, you know, destroy the universe, and then the broken god will have to remake it, etc., etc. Essentially foreshadowing that this is potentially a process of greater life and death and renewal on a universal scale kind of a situation.
Part at all, except for both taking place in Mexico. But that's largely because they were both written independently. In broad terms, though, we go back to that idea of the ends justifying the means.
True.
Which is what the Foundation believed with creating the children, and is what Robert Bumaro believed in creating his false broken god. Well, the children ended up serving the purpose of the Foundation. It's more unclear on what Bumaro thinks of his creation. Perhaps this is simply a failed experiment and they move on, or perhaps it was more of a trial run.
True. Is broken simply a poor translation of some more nuanced word? Was a god a being that broke in the Big Bang? If so, why did it break? And what will happen if it's repaired? I can answer none of these questions save the last. But you already know the answer. Whatever God once was doesn't matter. Ultimately, what matters to you is that it must remain as it is. Broken. God knows that. The more powerful parts, the mechanical components, the more conventional sects may label as holy, they know they are not meant to be one solid thing. Even when forced together, a foreign force driving them, they know what they really are. Bits of the monster will work to destroy itself. Deploy smaller entities to do the job. The GOC didn't kill it. They took the gun from its own hand and claimed credit when they pulled the trigger. Fascinating. Very fascinating. And I mean, for me, I've said this a couple times, the the Church of the Broken God, the Sarkics, and the Davites, and their interconnection with each other, and the Great War and battles that's happened with them. That to me, so far out of everything in the SCP universe, is kind of like the most fascinating topic and subject. I would love to learn more and dive deeper more into those sects and the war and things that are happening between them, more what Yaldabaoth really isn't about, and what Meccan really isn't about, and how Yaldabaoth became caged, and I don't know, just going in deeper in all that, and then how the Davites tie in with them, and how they were potentially maybe a precursor to both, or to the Sarkicism, etc., etc. So, but as he said, this part of the tale seems to almost be kind of like its own standalone story, only kind of hinting at a greater overall whole that's going to happen. So I'm eager to see in part 3 if this is going to start connecting the dots to what's really going on in this overall supposed cycle. All right, so we're moving into part 3 of the Ouroboros Cycle. The first part had to deal with, an SCP member essentially kind of what's the word I'm looking for? I can't think of the word, but essentially betraying the SCP universe, splintering off, and creating the defecting. That's the word I was looking for. Defecting from the SCP Foundation, and creating the Chaos Insurgency after creating a weapon out of children in some kind of crazy fashion, and killing other O5 council members. And then in the second one, we had dealt with the Church of the Broken God, and how they created an artificial version of the Broken God's heart that went wild and did some crazy stuff, etc., etc. So seemingly the first 2 parts had no real interconnection. Let's see what part 3 has, and if it has any kind of real interconnection moving forward here in the Ouroboros Cycle. So we're going to get into part 3 here.
The Ouroboros Cycle, Part 3. The theme of this mini-series so far has been about the ends justifying the means.
Right.
From doing horrific things to children to defeat some powerful enemies, to forcefully creating a false god as part of your religion. The third part in the Ouroboros Cycle, Atonement, continues this theme, with the Foundation once again lured by the idea of messing with forces beyond their understanding and control in order to deal with their problems. Atonement is, in some ways, more comic booky than the previous 2 parts, as you'll see, and it once again deals with an incredibly powerful godlike anomaly, which might turn some people off. But for those interested, let's continue. This 001 entity is a gravitational singularity in the shape of a humanoid, currently contained at a...
Should probably be used to irrelevant artwork by now, but here's a bunch of black hole art. I love those little excerpts he has there.
Let's continue. This 001 entity is a gravitational singularity in the shape of a humanoid, currently contained at a site in Norway within a specially designed array.
Interesting.
The entity is immeasurably dense, as it's essentially a black hole, and this array is the only thing keeping it in check. A freestanding humanoid-shaped black...
The question I would think would have to be asked is, how would this being be able to be on our planet without destroying it before this array was created? You know what I mean? If it's so dense that it's got the essential... If it's so dense naturally that when it was created, born, whatever, got here on our planet, it has the same density of a black hole. I don't know. I'm not a physics major, but I would think that there wouldn't be enough time or way to create any kind of array to prevent it from its gravitational force from destroying our planet, et cetera, et cetera. Anyway, let's continue.
Black hole probably wouldn't be a tremendous problem for the Foundation. But unfortunately, the entity is capable of manipulating the nature of reality through alterations in gravity that change the shape and structure of space-time. In familiar terms, this means that it is a reality bender in a sense, but it works in a different way than other reality benders, and can only be contained by this special array, not by reality anchors. It also means that its alterations to reality are irreversible, even by other reality benders.
Okay, interesting.
It is...
So it's, yeah, it's kind of a reality bender on a different scale, essentially. The fact that whatever alterations it makes is permanent and can't be undone is also pretty interesting. I wonder how that's going to affect things moving forward.
Shaped like a humanoid, though, and there is a good reason for that. A team of Foundation researchers in Norway were working on building a device capable of containing entities that manipulate space-time, specifically those with immense or fluctuating densities. They were basically using a particle accelerator to create a miniature black hole, but the black hole would quickly destabilize. On June 19th, 1982, they decided to ramp up their testing. With the test an hour away, the particle accelerator began spooling up, and a research assistant, Dr. Calvin Desmet, noticed some minor power fluctuations. He had the time to fix it, so he went into the testing chamber to fix a power coupling. Unfortunately, and the reason for this is still unknown, a power regulator attached to the primary generator failed, and so the facility was evacuated due to the radiation risk that this posed. Without the regulator, more power than was expected began to flow into the array, causing it to spool up faster. Because of the loud noise of the array powering on, Calvin couldn't hear the evacuation order.
Gotcha.
Personnel attempted to power down the array, but the power regulator failed entirely, and the array was now approaching testing levels of power. By this point, Calvin realized that something was horribly wrong, and attempted to leave the chamber, but he was too late.
Rip.
A black hole formed within the array, pulling the entire testing chamber, much of the research wing, and Calvin into it. The singularities soon destabilized and dissipated. In the aftermath, many of the administrative personnel were reassigned, and the facility was repaired, as it still housed a few other SCPs. The control system of the array was replaced with an artificial intelligence in order to limit the human element involved.
Gotcha. Smart.
Testing of the array would continue 13 years after the incident, in 1995, although the tests were fairly minor.
I would assume it probably opened a hole to a reality that he went into, and he comes back as this black hole entity.
It wouldn't be until 2004 that the array would finally serve its purpose and begin containing minor gravitational anomalies. They continued ramping up the array's capabilities until 2006, when they finally manifested a black hole and were able to keep it stable. 2 hours after stabilizing this singularity, it began to change, rapidly growing in size and threatening to expand past the array. The AI in control was able to make changes to the system to keep it contained, but a thick cloud of gas and dust formed around the singularity, concealing it. Shortly after, personnel began to hear communications coming from within the array, starting with unintelligible noises, becoming full sentences, and eventually, a conversation. Through the use of infrared cameras, it was determined that there was a humanoid shape within the array, and it was attempting to speak with them. The entity in the array doesn't actually speak in the traditional sense, as it's too dense for sound to travel, but instead it uses gravity to vibrate metal within the array, creating sounds.
Okay.
A Dr. Ramsey is the first to converse with the entity, who reveals that it knows Dr. Ramsey's full name, and knows of the SCP Foundation. The twist here isn't too much of a surprise, and is certainly reminiscent of the comic book story of Dr. Manhattan in Watchmen. But Calvin didn't die when exposed to the singularity. Instead, he became something else. The entity does not refer to itself as Calvin Desmet, but instead says that it thinks it was once him, or he is it. he was here once and then he wasn't. It's really not clear exactly what the entity is.
I wonder if that's a situation where it's like I wonder if it's a situation where like his consciousness somehow merged with the black hole and it became some new creature, right? And so it's like he remembers being a human once, but now because it's merged with the black hole, it is something else entirely. You know what I mean?
And what parts of Calvin made up its creation. But Calvin is in there, or at least his memories are. It's somewhat similar to SCP-3812, another godlike entity I've covered in a video previously, written by the same author. Calvin has transcended our existence in some way, but is still capable of communicating with the Foundation. It tells them to deactivate the array, as there is something he needs to do, and then asks them to bring all of the O5 Council here. Dr. Ramsey argues that it's against protocol, but the entity says that they will come, because he has something to offer them. A way out.
Interesting.
Keep in mind that at this point, the Foundation is unclear on exactly what this entity is.
Right, and what he means by a way out. Like, that's pretty vague, but also very ominous. Like, what do you mean by a way out? A way out kind of simply implies that you're trapped in something, which is it the cycle that they're talking about, the Ouroboros Cycle. I assume that, obviously, because we haven't really gotten into it much yet, but I mean, the Ouroboros is the idea of a snake, you know, circling around and essentially eating itself. So I wonder if the Ouroboros Cycle in this context is talking about essentially the life and death and then rebirth cycle of the universe. I assume that's what we're getting into.
All they know is that it's immeasurably dense, it's capable of communication, and they currently have it contained. The vague offer of a way out piqued the interest of O5-1, who paid a visit to the entity. The entity allows itself to be referred to as Calvin Desmet, although it admits that it's really not accurate. O5-1 then asks what it meant by a way out. The entity explains that the Foundation's efforts to contain the anomalous in order to protect the world is merely applying a bandage to the real problem, which is entropy. It says that existence is a tapestry of various realities layered on top of one another, and the inevitable problem of entropy causes these realities to bleed into one another.
Gotcha, okay.
In the moment before Calvin's soul was cast into darkness, he was able to see this tapestry. Basically, every SCP present in this world originated from some other reality, where it's not really seen as anomalous.
Interesting. So, our world really isn't supposed to have any kind of anomalous entities whatsoever in it. But I guess the idea is that apparently our universe might be like in the center of other universes that are bleeding into it. And these other universes are on the border of entropy. And so that's causing them to bleed into ours. They're on like the verge of, I guess, collapsing, falling apart. And because of that, stuff from these other universes is bleeding into ours. That's an interesting theory or idea about how things from the SCP universe are in ours, why anomalies exist in ours.
That is not to say it changes when it bleeds over to our reality, just that the other reality it came from is so different from ours that it's seen as normal.
Right.
Presumably, objects from
which would kind of make sense, right? Because like things that would have like anomalous abilities, and like the multiverse is real, and there are infinite potentially other universes and other realities out there. Laws of physics and reality could be different in various universes compared to ours. And so, you know, what would seem to be anomalous properties, things that could, you know, be psychic or have, you know, telekinetic abilities or be able to teleport and disappear and reappear or manipulate reality, gravity in certain ways, you know, things that would be anomalous for us could potentially be normal in these other realities.
Our reality that we would see as normal could bleed over to other realities where they'd be seen as anomalous. The entity says that the slow tide of entropy is inevitable, and eventually the borders between realities will tear away completely, and all existence will be destroyed in the ensuing pandemonium. A typical person might scoff at this notion, writing it off completely as nonsense. But the members of the O5 Council are not typical people,
Right.
and O5-1 is inclined to believe the entity. He asks how long until this occurs, with the entity replying that it will take decades. But as more tears occur, more and more anomalies will bleed into our reality, with no way to undo it. The way out, it promised, is preventing this collapse from occurring by removing all other realities. With no other realities with anomalous objects in existence, the one remaining universe can exist peacefully.
Right. It would be just ours, but you'd be destroying all life and all possibility and all of the universes. And then eventually, when our universe ends, there would be absolute nothingness.
The entity claims that it is capable of doing this by removing the barriers between all the other realities except for the ones around ours. Each other reality will be flooded with anomalies from others, basically the Foundation's worst nightmare, but ours would be safe. The only reason the entity hasn't already done this is because the Foundation is containing it in the array, and it can't see outside of it.
Interesting, okay.
After the conversation was finished, all of the staff members currently at the site were amnesticized and transferred.
I mean, obviously, you could view that as like, hey man, I can do this thing for you, but you need to let me out first. And so it's like, if I let you out, are you really going to do that? Or are you just going to destroy our world? You know what I'm saying? Like, can we really trust and believe you to do what you say you're going to do? I mean, they haven't really done anything hostile or in any way that makes them seem like they would want to destroy our world, universe, etc. And part of him used to be human from us, and obviously he knows these people in the O5 Council, so it's like, I don't know, but at the same time, I don't know. I feel like it's a risk, you know, either way.
Transferred, as this was a pretty big secret. O5-1 called a meeting of the council to discuss this proposition and vote on whether to release the entity or not.
I feel like, yeah, that would be a big discussion. It would probably be something they would want to maybe even bring the ethics committee in on, I guess. I feel like it would be a situation that would be more than just there for the O5 Council to discuss, right?
The council had several teams work independently to confirm the entity's explanation of the multiverse, which they did. They predicted that in 30 years' time, there will be an uncontainable amount of anomalies, and within 45 years, something big will get loose, and that'll pretty much be the end. Ironically, the efforts made by the SCP Foundation and any other similar organizations in other realities to prevent the end of their worlds have damaged the barriers between realities.
Made it worse.
Additionally, the Council posits that it's statistically impossible that an entity capable of saving the world would only come to this reality and not any other. In essence, if the O5 Council votes to not allow the entity to save our existence, there's no guarantee that a different council in a different reality would vote to do it.
Yeah, would do it to do
dooming the Foundation we know and love.
So they're essentially saying that, yeah, you know, the probability that an entity with these capabilities coming to our reality and our reality only is extremely unlikely. And then the fact that it could also go to other realities and do the same there, given the opportunity, would other SCP councils and other realities take them up on the offer to do this? And so it's almost a situation where they're saying, if we don't do it, an O5 council and another reality will, and we will be destroyed anyway. So it is almost kind of like a situation of we might as well do it, because if we don't, well, and I mean, even if they don't do it, they're saying that within the next 50 years, our planet, at least, if not our universe, will probably be wiped out anyway, because of more and more anomalies coming in. So it's almost a situation of like, what really do we have to lose at this point? Like, if we let him out and he betrays us and he destroys us, we've confirmed that even if he doesn't and we don't do anything about it, we're going to be destroyed within 50-ish years anyway. So really, it's a situation where you might as well just let him do it, right? Like, it's almost the what do you have to lose if you don't? You might as well take the gamble.
O5-1 went to various precognitives, those capable of seeing into the future, to see if there's a time in the future that they cannot see. This was forbidden by the rules of the Council, but O5-1 ignored it, confirming that none of the precogs have had a prediction past 2066. O5-6 wonders if the entity is just a reality bender that will kill them as soon as it's released.
Right.
But as I said, it's not a reality.
And I mean, that potentially could be another point too. Like, if he's, I mean, he's a reality bender, but he's one of a different sort. But who says he doesn't have the ability to manipulate things so that other reality benders, precogs, etc., can't see beyond a certain point to try to make his story more plausible? You know what I mean? Definitely a conundrum.
Reality bender in the traditional sense. And O5-1 explains this, saying that it's become something fundamental to the nature of all things. Ultimately, this is a massive decision for the Council to make.
No shit.
As even if the entity is telling the truth and it will save this universe, it's a decision that will end countless lives.
Yeah. Yeah, literal countless lives. You're wiping out every other possible universe in existence, so that only ours will exist. And I mean, again, who knows what other consequences that would have a potential greater reality out there? Because maybe, again, it's part of a life cycle of things that we don't know and don't comprehend. And maybe our universe is supposed to eventually fall apart so that others can be created, and then thus we will be recreated in a new universe that could potentially be better, and maybe we'll have a better existence and a better situation. You know, we don't know. You know, who knows what the nature of reality really is, you know?
O5-3 says that the goal of the Foundation and the Council is to protect our existence, and they should expect any other O5 Council to come to the same conclusion.
Yeah.
All of the work they've done in researching, retrieving.
I don't know, the other thing, part of me though, is it's like, again, if there's infinite universes and infinite possibilities and infinite realities, then this has had to have happened in another universe somewhere else, or another O5 council has told them to do it. And if that's the case, then why are they here? Maybe it happens in a different time so that they haven't been destroyed yet. I don't know. We're getting into all kinds of crazy multiversal timeline fuckery that, you know, can break your brain.
Receiving and containing thousands of anomalies is now being revealed to be a waste of time, as the world will come to an end no matter what they do.
Right.
Except they've been given an option, a way out. And if they do nothing, every universe will die. But if they accept the offer, at least one universe will live. This would be the end of the road for the Foundation, fulfillment of their ultimate goal of protecting our world. It comes down to a vote, with 8 for yes, 4 for no, and 1 abstaining. O5-9, who voted no, says that no matter what, this will be a day remembered as being the day the Council gave up on their mission of securing and containing, risking every...
I mean, that's true, because the idea is that they're trying to protect life. humanity and life essentially from the anomalous, and they're essentially giving power to an anomaly to destroy countless other lives in other universes, even if they're potentially lives that we may never interact with or do anything with. We're still dooming them to oblivion, essentially. And so they're failing in their mission. That's an interesting way to look at it.
Everything for a glimmer of hope. O5-9 asks O5-1 why he trusts this entity so much after everything they've achieved. O5-1 says that he knew Calvin Desmet from long ago, and he wasn't recruited by the Foundation, but instead, he volunteered. He had done some work for the Chaos Insurgency, but his young daughter was killed by SCP-106 during a breach, before the Foundation devised reliable containment procedures for it. After that, he sought out the Foundation, and O5-1 believes that if Calvin found a way to remove every trace of the anomalous from our universe, no matter the cost, he would do it.
He would do it, yeah.
O5-1 trusts the entity to do this because he can hear Calvin's determination in its voice. With the vote finalized, it was time to see if the entity could do what it proposed. Rather than completely releasing it, though, they decided that the array would be slightly powered down, enough for the entity to demonstrate its ability by removing a single SCP from our reality. 3 overseers were in attendance, and the SCP chosen to be removed was SCP-884. You might remember that one as the mirror that the Chaos Insurgency purposefully allowed the Foundation to have,
right,
as it spread doubt to those nearby. They power down the array, and the entity says that it can now see everything, including the mirror. It says that it can also see the reality the mirror originally came from, one not unlike our own. In that reality, a dying soul attached itself to the mirror as a curse to whoever should own it. The mirror folds in on itself over and over until it completely disappears, and O5-1 asks how long it will take to remove the rest of their realities. The entity replies that it will only take moments, but it will be agony for everyone affected. The building begins to shake as it starts to work. The room darkens, and the array undergoes an intolerable amount of stress. Suddenly, O5-1 jerks backwards, and his body begins to unnaturally compress. The entity begins repeating O5-1's own words from the council meeting, talking about removing every trace of the anomalous from existence, so that their children and grandchildren can live lives that do not end in horror. O5-1 collapses in on himself, eventually disappearing.
So either he was an anomaly himself, or he's also removing anyone that has any affiliation with the SCP because they know of the anomaly.
O5-4 is lifted screaming into the air as her body folds in on itself, bones audibly shattering. She too eventually compresses into a single point before disappearing. O5-12 is about to receive the same fate, but the AI controlling the array has activated an emergency failsafe, powering back on and recontaining the entity before it can do any more damage. So, the entity was clearly capable of doing what it claimed, removing the anomalous from our reality and protecting us. Additionally, it also has a vested interest in doing so. The reason for this is because there is still a part of Calvin Desmet in there.
Right.
A father who lost his daughter to one of the cruelest SCPs in existence because the Foundation devoted to containing it failed. It can remove the anomalous from our existence, and wants to do so to protect us. But that includes removing the Foundation itself.
Exactly.
And the O5 Council that runs it. The Foundation has done good work for the world, but they have also done plenty of horrible things.
Yep.
And Calvin believes that they must atone for these sins. That leads to the name of this part of the cycle, Atonement, something which Calvin wants from the O5 Council, but it's something they'll never provide. Ultimately, they could release the entity, saving our reality once and for all, but they would all have to die in the process.
And they obviously don't want to do that.
This goes back to the overall concept of the ends justifying the means. Calvin believes that removing the Council and the Foundation is justified in this case, but the Council clearly disagrees. The Council developed a protocol to save themselves in the case of the entity breaking free by escaping into other dimensions. They now believe, however, that this is no longer a viable option.
Yeah, I don't feel like that would work.
Containing the entity is their only objective. The main failsafe in place then is called the 40 Days Protocol, which involves a series of events if the array fails. First, an evacuation order is given for the facility, in which personnel on site have 7 minutes to get out. After that, sluice gates will open, flooding the lower portions of the facility with water. 2 minutes after that, explosive charges around the test chamber will go off, collapsing the chamber into the massive borehole located beneath it. 10 minutes later, more charges will go off, collapsing the entire facility into the hole. And 15 minutes later, a number of charges will detonate, causing the surrounding mountainside to landslide into the hole, capping it off.
So they're like, they're essentially trying to seal it away, but it's like, this is someone who can see into other realities, and the only thing that was keeping it from doing that was this array itself. And so if it breaks the array containment, is this really going to matter? Right? Like, what are you going to do by burying it? It can see everything anyway.
Instead of locking steel plates will top the hole, and then a nuclear device will be detonated at the base of the hole. Honestly, the Foundation has no clue if this protocol will even work.
Right.
But it's the best they've got. I know what you might be thinking, as you probably thought the same thing in the last video. What on earth does this have to do with the rest of the Ouroboros Cycle?
Right.
I've hammered on the overall theme of the cycle up to this point multiple times, but narratively it's still pretty loose. Each part so far has been a standalone 001 proposal in their own rights. Grand, dangerous anomalies that can each threaten reality. But there is a big story here. Things will come together in the final part of the Ouroboros Cycle, the way it ends. Stay tuned.
Okay. All right. Well, there we go. Fascinating story in and of itself. Let's see here. 05-3, we pledged ourselves to maintain normalcy and protect our world. This world. The affairs of other worlds are their own. We would expect any other Overseer Council to act the same way. In the interest of their universe, all of this, the science, the militarism, everything, all of it is to accomplish a single unreachable goal. Keep the monsters tucked out of sight. Now we find out even that might not be enough, that the end of days is coming for us anyway. We're given an option. If we do nothing, every universe dies screaming. We take this action, every universe dies screaming but ours. Since it's over, it's over. Everything we struggled for, everyone who has died to protect our world will be validated. This is the end of our road, not worth this. Is protecting ourselves from the doomsday to come, not worth this. Silence. So, I mean, again, a fascinating story in and of itself. And I mean, I do like this as kind of an origin story of anomalies in general. The idea that, you know, essentially other universes with other properties of reality, etc., are bleeding into ours, which is why anomalies are happening. The things that are normal in other universes and other realities that are not normal in our universe and reality are bleeding into ours, and we're bleeding into theirs, and et cetera, et cetera. And eventually everything's going to merge together to a point where it's all going to fall apart, and reality itself will fall apart. And again, as I stated before, maybe this is part of a natural cycle of death and renewal on a multiversal scale, and things will merge together and become something greater. Who knows? Who knows what the consequences would be of this SCP destroying every other reality and leaving just ours alone to exist until whenever it dies, if it ever does. You know, who knows what kind of consequences that would have. But it also plays into a lot of other themes and ideas. Again, you know, if this is happening now, chances are this has already happened in another universe, and that's why our universe essentially. So the idea is that, you know, this being has come to our universe and has said it has confirmed the existence, obviously, of other universes, and that this is a thing that's happened. The O5 Council is able to determine that they are telling the truth for whatever means. They also go to other precognitives, and yeah, they're not able to predict anything beyond a certain point, essentially confirming that reality is going to be destroyed within, you know, a certain timeline. The one thing that they almost also didn't really take into account is the fact that they even mention it, that there have to be other O5 councils and other universes that have had this conversation with the same being at the same time. The question they didn't really pose is, why hasn't our universe been destroyed? Because the statistical likelihood of this one being coming to our universe out of an infinite number of universes is astronomically impossible. So the idea would be that this same event has happened in other universes, but the O5 Council, again, has sealed it like what happened. And so they didn't even bring up the idea or question of, you know, why haven't we already been destroyed? Why haven't the O5 Councils in other universes not already done this? And I guess the potential answer is that it had been done, and the O5 Councils were starting to be destroyed, and the AI came to life and recontained them so that they weren't killed. So I don't know, but again, an interesting story and an interesting origin story to how anomalies are happening in the SCP universe, etc. But so far, overall, again, not really tying into kind of a bigger whole, other than the theme, like he said, of the ends justifying the means throughout these different stories. But he does say that in the next part, the story will come together and we'll see a connection through everything. And so there are actually 2 more parts. He said part 4 is going to conclude it, but I guess maybe split it in 2 others, because there is a part 4 and a part 5. So we will get on to part 4 next. All right. So far in this 5-part series, this Ouroboros Cycle, I haven't really seen any kind of interconnectivity as to what's really going on here. There's just this overarching theme of ends justify the means kind of a situation. But you said, you know, at the end of the last video that this one would start bringing stuff together. So let's see what happens here as we get into part 4.
The Ouroboros Cycle, Part 4. So far, throughout this series, we've discussed gods and mortals, sacrifice, atonement, morality, responsibility, and irresponsibility. In the 4th part of the cycle, The Way It Ends, all of these concepts come together to complete the story. The Way It Ends is simultaneously connected to the previous parts, as well as its own tale, and while it takes place in the same continuity as the other parts, it will only briefly touch upon them.
Interesting. Okay.
It's really the various themes of the cycle that bind the whole thing together.
So it takes place in the same universal continuity, but that's all the only connection it has with them. But it still ties the themes together. Strange.
The Way It Ends is a very lengthy story, with plenty of dialogue between the various characters. Since this is not a reading video, there will definitely be something lost in summary, but I will not omit anything essential to the overall story. The Way It Ends starts with the classic super secure disclaimer that is standard for most 001 files, But the special containment procedures simply read, "It is the imperative of the Overseer Council to establish containment of SCP-001. The description reads, "To know the nature of SCP-001 is to know the nature of the Foundation." For more information, see the attached document.
I can see how that could kind of connect into the last one as, you know, the black hole god being that that doctor turned into, you know, essentially as it was trying to wipe out the other universes, the SCP also has to be wiped out because that's, you know, part of the anomalous. So that kind of ties in with what he just said here. You know, to know 001 is to know, like, the foundation of the SCP Foundation.
This really does not tell us much at all, other than the fact that the Overseer Council's whole purpose seems to be containing this 001, whatever it is. The attached document starts with a poem, seeming to discuss Adam and Eve after they were cast out of the Garden of Eden. Adam rebukes the snake for leading them astray and tricking them, saying that trusting it was his greatest mistake. The snake replies that his greatest mistake was believing that he had a choice at all. With that, let's dive in.
That's kind of interesting, the whole idea that there was an illusion of choice. You know, Adam saying his greatest mistake was trusting the snake. The snake, the snake's rebuttal was basically saying, it's funny that you even think you had a choice to begin with.
The attached document is not an SCP Foundation file at all, but instead belongs to another organization, the Chaos Insurgency.
Gotcha.
We know that in the first part, the Children, 051, used the Children to kill the administrator of the Foundation, and led a bunch of defectors to start the Chaos Insurgency. We know that the Chaos Insurgency is opposed to the Foundation, and with the way it ends, we're going to find out why. The document opens with a slick logo and the motto of the insurgency: "Should intermittent vengeance arm again his red right hand to plague us." The line is taken from Paradise Lost by John Milton, when Belial argues to his demonic peers that they should not seek war with the forces of heaven, as they would only serve to further anger God. In this case, the leaders of the Chaos Insurgency fear the full might of the Foundation as punishment for their rebellion. The foreword reads, "We, the Delta Command, do hereby set in motion the principles of this document, the summa modus operandi of the Chaos Insurgency." Summa modus operandi basically means their principal mode of operating, or in other words, why they were formed in the first place. Delta Command of the Insurgency believes that the overseers of the Foundation have altered the fabric of reality for the benefit of their own wicked desires, and these alterations are the source of all supernatural activity in our universe.
That would make sense, right? Because, like, in a certain way it would make sense, because it's like, if there are no anomalies, there's no reason for the SCP Foundation to exist, and thus they would no longer have the kind of power and resources that are granted to them. They would have no reason to exist, and thus would not need to have the resources they have available to them, and essentially the powers they would have to them. So altering the fabric of reality to make sure that these anomalous things keep happening the way they do, would give them a purpose and a reason to be in power. But that also kind of, again, he said that this doesn't really connect to the previous ones, only in, only thematically, because that would then, if they were supposed to be like directly connected, that would very much contradict what happened in the last, episode. So
this means that, in the eyes of the insurgency, the overseers are responsible for creating the very problems the Foundation seeks to solve, and they've done this for their own selfish reasons. The document continues with a list of the 13 overseers, and a short line for each discussing what each of them has done wrong. I won't go through this list right now, as we'll be looking at each Overseer individually. It continues by saying that the Overseers and their anomalous influence have created a wound on the fabric of the universe, and that wound can't be healed until they are removed. The Chaos Insurgency stands in opposition to this blasphemy against nature, and it also says that they stand insurgent against this chaos. A nice twist on what we normally think of Chaos Insurgency.
Gotcha, okay.
In order to clean the wound and let the universe heal, the 13 Overseers of the SCP Foundation must be destroyed. This mission statement was first put into place by the engineer of the Chaos Insurgency, its founder, the former O5-1.
Yeah.
What follows then is the actual meat of the document. 13 separate sections for each of the 13 Overseers. This is where the story really begins. In the back room of an abandoned Somali warehouse, a man named Calvin Lucian meets with the High Council of the Chaos Insurgency, known as Delta Command. Delta Command had been formed by the engineer to bring together the 7 different branches of the insurgency, and according to legend, the name of the organization came from the engineer stating, "Never in history has a more chaotic insurgency been mishandled into existence." As we well know, the Chaos Insurgency is not a very cohesive group,
Right.
and Delta Command is fairly representative of that fact. Calvin was a decorated CI agent who
Yeah, they almost seem, I guess for lack of a better kind of term, they almost seem like a terrorist organization that work in separate cells, and those separate cells are what comprise the whole, but each cell kind of works independently with maybe little communication between the tops of each one. I guess for probably only certain important situations like this for them to meet up with.
understood that the insurgency wasn't there to ever destroy the Foundation, but instead act as a thorn in their side to keep them in check. Calvin was very good at his job, though, and had acted as a bit more than a thorn throughout his career, to the point of he was considered for promotion to Delta Command. He had been falsely accused of mishandling insurgency resources around that time, however, and the promotion went to someone else. The current Delta Command doesn't especially care for Calvin, and they wear their disdain fairly openly. Calvin had called this meeting because he claims that he has recovered a journal, a very important journal as it turns out. Before discussing this journal, however, Calvin starts by presenting a report that concerns the Foundation's testing of anomalies. These tests have continually exacerbated the problems initially created by the anomalies themselves, and the problem is getting worse, spiraling toward a point of no return, as Calvin puts it. It's likely at some point in the 2020s that there will be some major public event, and within 5 years of that, things will be too much for even the Foundation to contain. We heard similar things.
Which, I mean, yeah, that's kind of going back off of what was presented in the last video, that by like 2060, the universe will reach a point of no return, and there's just going to be anomalous shit happening everywhere. No one's going to be able to do anything about it, and eventually it's going to break the foundation of the universe, kind of a situation.
From the entity in Part 3.
Yeah.
Delta Command is unsure where Calvin is going with this, as the insurgency's purpose is to inhibit the Foundation's efforts, and Calvin seems to want to interrupt them entirely. Calvin replies that he intends to uproot the Foundation entirely, leaf and stem, causing Delta Command to break out in laughter.
So he wants to destroy the Foundation itself, actually, like, remove it from the face of the earth, instead of simply trying to hinder them as much as possible, or at least slow down and or weaken their effect. He wants to just outright destroy them. Which, I mean, I don't know what you could really do that with the kind of resources and anomalous stuff that they have and would be able to release, you know what I mean? Like, what would you really be able to do?
The laughter comes from the fact that taking down the world's most powerful and secretive organization is no small feat.
No shit.
Calvin goes on to discuss the Summa Modus Operandi, a document written up by the first Delta Command, and apparently practically forgotten about by the current Delta Command. Calvin summarizes it by saying that they don't have to take down the entire Foundation. They just have to take down the Overseers. Also not a small feat, as each one of them is pretty much an immortal demigod protected by unknown amounts of anomalies.
Which also, like, I think isn't it also a situation where their identities aren't even necessarily truly known? You know what I mean? Like, all the anomalous stuff they have, you know, are they even really who they say they are? Or do they just have, like, advocates or puppets, avatars, whatever you want to call them, that are, like, taking their place and they're just controlling them from somewhere else?
Just the concept of finding them would typically be impossible.
Right.
Unless you had a certain journal, which Calvin does. This journal was written by one of the top agents of the Global Occult Coalition.
Top men.
Who we'll refer to as Agent U, and comprises his report on each of the Overseers. It's important because it supposedly contains the location of a couple Overseers who have never been seen before. Ever. This includes 0513, who has apparently made a deal with death, assuring immortality for all of the Overseers.
Okay.
Since you can't kill death, it makes it pretty hard to kill the Overseers. But Calvin says that he doesn't have to kill death. He just has to break death's contract.
Yeah, you just have to essentially make death change its mind on the contract, I guess, somehow.
To show how he might do this, he produces a small vial of liquid from his pocket, which causes Delta Command to break into a flurry of chaos. Delta Command begins to believe that this endeavor might be possible, with Calvin explaining that he is planning to take down each Overseer in order, resulting in the SCP Foundation falling apart. With the Overseers removed, the universe can begin to heal from the wound they created, and someday they'll wake up in a world free from the supernatural. Delta Command approves the mission, and Calvin sets out to deal with 0513. Each file is accompanied by the section of Agent U's journal discussing each Overseer, so let's look at 0513's info. Agent U says that at one point, the O5 Council had access to the Fountain of Youth, SCP-006, which kept the Council perpetually young and healthy, but they were still susceptible to dying in many ways.
Right.
To fix this problem, they conducted an occult ritual involving bringing a person to the brink of death and keeping them in that state. This would summon death itself, who would come to finish the job and collect their soul. This role fell to 0513, a physicist named Felix Carter, who was likely among the first Overseers handpicked by the Administrator.
And so obviously that's how they got in contact with Death to make the contract that they're speaking of.
The ritual was performed, the avatar of Death appeared, and 051 proposed a deal. Death would receive 0513's life and a seat on the Council in exchange for granting the Overseers immortality.
Interesting.
The deal was struck, and
so they gave Death 0513's life and position. So Death is essentially a member of the 05 Council. In return, the rest of the Council members would be immortal. They would be immune to death.
0513 was kept in a near-death state.
Damn, dude. That's a rough existence for 13, right?
To protect his body from any tampering, they hid it in a very remote location. Agent U doesn't know exactly where it is, but he writes that there is a location in the South Atlantic where sailors occasionally report feelings of something they can't identify or see, a strange presence. Agent U says that this must be the effects of an anti-meme, something that humans are normally incapable of perceiving. To perceive it, a human would have to be under the effects of a mnestic, the opposite of an amnestic.
Right.
Something designed to make you remember rather than make you forget. Since the Foundation controls the world's limited supply of nestics, it would be difficult to get a hold of some. He remarks, however, that the Coalition found out that dark rum exposed to sea air has a very mild nestic property.
Interesting.
Which...
So pirates and sailors have had a natural kind of, I guess it would be natural actually, because, you know, it's, you know, natural alcoholic ingredients combined with sea salt air somehow. So they've just had for years something that, and that would make sense as to why they're getting that feeling, because they're out there drinking rum, and yeah, it's triggering a remembrance.
When combined with laudanum, would explain the stories of some sailors who spoke of a towering black spire. Agent Yu is not sure if there's any truth to these stories, but he writes that if the Foundation did want to hide O513, an imperceptible prison deep in the world's roughest sea would be the likely place.
Yeah.
With that in mind, let's get back to Calvin. Calvin asked Delta Command for...
I would think, well, I mean, I was going to say, you know, with the technologies and the things they have, and, you know, even though I haven't gone through the actual, like, Marianas Trench SCP stuff yet, I know that they obviously are able to get to the bottom of it, I believe. So I would think that they would want to, like, put something down there, because, like, I would just think that that would be a good spot to hide something. Like, have something that would be impervious to those depth pressures, but would be virtually impossible for anyone to get to, right?
3 individuals to join his team, a group small enough to slip past the all-seeing eye of the Foundation. The first individual is Anthony Wright, one of the top insurgency agents who is currently in his 50s.
So it sounds like this episode is basically all about the Chaos Insurgency trying to strike down the overseers of the SCP Foundation to essentially, as they're saying, heal a wound in the universe, and eventually that will close and, you know, things go back to normal. That's assuming, of course, they are correct in the fact that the SCP Foundation is the thing that is perpetually allowing anomalous stuff to enter our reality. You know what I mean? They're working on that idea and or assumption. I haven't heard anything in this video so far like say that they have 100% actual proof that this is the case. So, I mean, their actions in destroying the SCP Foundation very well could be the thing that will bring about what they're trying to prevent.
He's been a voice of reason and direction for decades, but has always passed on a promotion to Delta Command. The second is Olivia Torres, who had built a reputation in the anomalous art community, and had recently been pursued by the Foundation, causing her to flee into the insurgency, making her a somewhat recent recruit. The third is Adam Ivanov, a young and inexperienced agent who is practically a prodigy with computers.
Adam Ivanov, I don't know, that name just sounds familiar. I want to say that's the name of someone from another SCP video that I've watched, but I can't remember it if it is in fact. But I mean, I could just be wrong in like mixing up names from other characters, but Adam Ivanov just sounds familiar for some reason. Anyway.
But next to useless with a firearm. Calvin had trained and fought alongside Anthony for quite a while, and had known Olivia for some time as well, meaning both were happy to join Calvin's team. Adam had taken a bit more convincing, but when he had found out that Anthony was on the team, he quickly agreed. Adam had spent his youth as a D-class within the Foundation, assigned to SCP-610 due to his parents being Ukrainian political prisoners. Anthony had been a part of the team that had raided the labor camp, carrying Adam out of danger himself. 3 months after meeting with Delta Command, the small team was on a ship in the southern Atlantic, sailing towards a jagged black spire looming in the distance. The Foundation hadn't built this prison. It had likely been built by mysterious people over 100,000 years ago, and the Foundation had just repurposed it. The team was on Nest.
That's kind of a creepy mystery in and of itself.
sticks, allowing them to see the spire, but they wouldn't last forever, so they had to work quickly or they'd soon be completely unable to even perceive that it exists. The crew...
I wonder if that's a situation where it just made me think of the Bermuda Triangle, right? Like, just the idea that things go out there and disappear without any kind of real explanation. Well, what if it's, you know, because there's this giant spire out there that people keep forgetting and, you know, crashing into, and so these ships and planes and whatnot are disappearing, right? But as far as I know, that area, the seas aren't super rough. They're not the roughest seas in the world anyway. I'm pretty sure the seas in like the northern Bering Straits and stuff like that are far more treacherous than out there. But anyway.
The crew purposefully wrecks their boat in order to get on land, as it's quite an inhospitable location. And Calvin goes ahead alone into the prison. Inside, he takes a freight elevator down into the earth, unable to say how long the descent took. At the bottom, he finds a massive chamber lit by torches emitting green flames.
Interesting.
The walls carved with ancient runes. A walkway extends to the middle of the room.
Is this like supposed to be... I wonder if this is supposed to be some kind of like connection to Atlantis or something like that, you know what I mean?
Are missing as a yawning darkness extends below. In the center stands a column of stone, and on it a solitary folding chair containing a human corpse bound by golden chains. A mocking laughter fills the chamber as Calvin approaches, and a voice comes from the corpse. The voice is that of Death, and Calvin asks it what the terms of its contract with the Council are. Death had granted them life everlasting in exchange for a seat at their table, 0513's seat. 0513 is still alive, as his life is insured just like the other overseers.
Right.
But they gave Death his body, kept perpetually in a state of near death. Calvin proceeds to pull out the vial of liquid and pour it down the corpse's throat, causing 0513's body to return to a healthy condition.
Ah, so I wonder if that's the Fountain of Youth liquid. If he got that from there and that's rejuvenating him.
Since it's no longer near dead, the contract with Death is broken.
Void. Yeah.
And 0513 witnesses the protection of Death leaving him just before Calvin pulls out a pistol and shoots him twice.
Yeah.
He then throws the corpse off the edge and finds a silver woman draped in darkness standing next to him.
Silver woman draped in darkness.
This is the actual avatar of Death, who solemnly confirms that the contract is broken, and she will not stay her hand against the other 12. Before leaving, Calvin asks her why...
I mean, that would be creepy in and of itself, just to be able to actually talk to Death, right? And to know that it is some kind of actual entity. I don't know, that would just be creepy.
She didn't stop him, as she easily could have. Death admits that there is something festering at the heart of the Council, something that will not die. She accepted the contract because she thought it would get her close enough to whatever it is to kill it, but she couldn't. She says there are things in this world even beyond her reach.
Wow. Okay.
Calvin returns outside.
That, in and of itself as well, is another very ominous and creepy statement. Something that is beyond even Death's touch. At the center of the SCP Foundation. So, I mean, that would kind of indicate that it would have to be some kind of godlike being, right? That's just immune to death as we know it. Or is above death as we know it.
Seeing the Delta Command sent another boat to fetch the group. They've lost the element of surprise now, and the other overseers are going to be a lot more wary.
Yeah, as soon as one dies,
down,
they would be aware of they'd be aware that someone's going after them and of their mortality, and would go into even deeper hiding.
0512 is known as the Accountant, and Agent U says that he is one of the more interesting members of the Council. 0512 was born Omar Ulau in a small village in Uganda, and soon found himself employed in a small Ugandan accounting firm, gaining a reputation for performing calculations faster than any calculator.
Interesting.
The Foundation discovered his existence, and he was placed on the Council soon after. 0512 is said to be the world's premier mathematical prodigy, with an ability to perform complex, abstract arithmetic that is almost certainly anomalous in nature. Most spectacularly, 0512 can perform the calculations necessary to accurately predict the outcome of seemingly random probabilities, nearly flawlessly.
So does that mean through mathematical formulas he can essentially predict the future or whatever? He can see like probable outcomes based on various things? I feel like that's what I'm getting from that statement, but maybe I'm misinterpreting what he's saying.
He has used this ability to predict the rise and fall of various nations, as well as the actions of other potentially hostile groups.
Right.
Agent U writes that although he can predict the outcome of events that are affected by other events, he doesn't do so well with predicting isolated events, such as guessing a number a person might be thinking of. He tends to...
Probably because there's not necessarily enough data that he's able to, extrapolate and put together in order to predict things. And I guess maybe that also could potentially go back to the very beginning of what they're talking about with the idea of Atom and choice. I wonder if choice somehow, again, as an illusion or something else, on an individual or smaller level, makes it impossible for people to predict things.
Stay around areas with active markets, such as New York, London, Hong Kong, and Tokyo, but he'll likely be a very difficult person to take down, and he must be taken by surprise. Agent U also says that he's...
I mean, wouldn't he, because the SCP is such a large-scale organization, wouldn't he essentially be able to predict this coming and would know it? Right? I would think because of how large-scale the SCP is and how much they affect, that this would be an inevitable probability, and he would be able to see it coming, essentially.
He sets his entire routine around local train schedules, as that's his favorite way of traveling. The story continues with two members of the Overseer Council discussing the recent death of 0513, and they are both angry, confused, and somewhat afraid. As Calvin said, they've lost the element of surprise now, as the whole council is going to double down on security.
Yeah.
Calvin's team is going to take down the accountant next, as he's responsible for the Foundation's financial might. Also, conveniently, he's the next in line, after 13. Adam explains that the accountant is a data sponge, capable of absorbing and analyzing information faster than computers, predicting the boom and bust of a Fortune 500 company based on a train schedule, as he sees invisible patterns no one else can. These patterns aren't anomalous, just his ability to see and understand them. Adam found that there's some sort of weird correlation between international housing markets and train schedules printed in Tokyo on the 5th day of every 3rd month.
Interesting.
And he bets that the accountant goes to Tokyo himself to examine these schedules the day they're printed.
Would make sense.
Unfortunately, he's also able to use this anomalous ability to make predictions about exactly when and how someone would try and kill him.
Yeah. That's what
the
I was
next
gonna say.
section shows the accountant stepping out of a car in Tokyo and explains how every breath and step he takes is precisely calculated and predetermined. He makes no mistakes, takes no chances, and accounts for every significant possibility.
So again, it's like going back to what they said at the beginning with Adam and the conversation with the snake, and the snake saying, the idea that you even had a choice. This is almost a situation where he sees the fabric of the universe and choice is taken away from him. Like he's just doing everything based off of various probabilities. He's not even making a choice anymore. Like he just sees the pattern and everything and is basing how he reacts. I don't know. I guess you could say that's a choice in some ways, but in other ways, it's like, it's not really even a choice. Like you're just fated to do these things,
A man begins approaching him from across the street, and the accountant determines based on the color of the man's shoes that he's here to kill him. He also determines that based on the current market price of peaches, that this assassin is not alone. He sees a Japanese man in his mid-50s with a slight limp who's going bald, meaning that the second assassin is in this third-story window of the wine shop across the street.
That's pretty crazy that you can predict that off of like peaches and someone's age and limp and yada yada.
The accountant adjusts his watch to reflect sunlight into Anthony's eyes, blinding him in his spot in the third-story window. Adam and Olivia are also in pursuit, with them occasionally asking Calvin over the radio for orders. The accountant and two of his guards catch them in an alley, and he stands in the street, asking what he can do for them. He says that he knows they're here to kill him, that they're responsible for terminating Death's contract, and he presumes they want to kill him over an ideological quibble. Adam erupts in anger, and it's clear the accountant is trying to goad him into making a mistake and coming out in the open. Adam eventually does, but he is saved by Olivia just as a sniper attempts to take his head off. The accountant gets away, but none of Calvin's team is harmed. The accountant makes it to his train, running the recent events over in his head, thinking that there was an overwhelming likelihood that one of the assassins should have been taken down by his sniper. He knows that nothing is certain, but the odds of both assassins emerging from that alley unscathed was comparable to a tornado arranging a deck into a house of cards, then back into the same ordered deck. It was nothing short of miraculous. As he boards the train and opens the door to his private room, he finds Calvin sitting in a chair, casually holding a revolver and pointing it at him. The accountant is stunned, unable to comprehend the odds of two miracles happening in one day. Calvin explains that his team had been performing actions decided by a coin flip, something the accountant
random chance
has no chance of accurately predicting. He asks 0512 for the names and locations of the other overseers, but the accountant knows that he's going to end up shot anyways. Calvin accepts this and kills him. 2 down, 11 to go.
Pretty smart. Adding random chance and variable so that he can't predict what's going to happen, you know?
0511 is known as the Liar, due to being the individual in charge of making sure that all the Foundation's efforts are concealed from the world at large. Agent U thought for a while that 0511 was a position held by a number of different people simultaneously, but eventually learned that they were all the same person. This is because 0511 is capable of changing their identity at will, but apparently their original identity was Sam Beale, a former insurgency agent. Sam was presumed killed after a shipping accident off the coast of Bangladesh, and was found by a fisherman after being underwater for days, if not weeks.
So I wonder what they're able to do. Like, is it an anomalous ability, or is it just some kind of technology he uses, or just an ingrained talent that he's able to just, like, is he a changeling, you know, something like that? Like, how is he able to just change his identity at will, and I guess the world, like, perceives that that's who that person is, you know what I mean?
The Foundation found them and had tried to rebuild their identity in order to find out info about the insurgency, but they were unable to do so. Instead, they created a large number of other identities, and 0511 became able to flip between them.
Interesting. Okay.
It was later discovered by Agent U that 0511 is capable of exuding an amnestic property at will to those around them, making them unable to remember.
Yeah. Okay.
Agent U speculates that Sam Beale was forever lost in those waters, their memories devoured by SCP-3000, and the Foundation had merely used them as a vessel for a variety of personalities and abilities. The story
almost kind of effectively making him a changeling.
Continues with a flashback to a time before the Foundation existed. Felix Carter, who would become 0513, is giving a presentation about the nature of reality, how it's composed
Wright, Carter, Marshall, Williams, Carter, Rains, Cycle, or Siegel. Interesting.
Composed of threads, and if one were to tug on those threads, you might be able to alter reality. He's also been working with Adam Bright, Jack Bright's father, and they've received funding from Frederick Williams, who would go on to found the SCP Foundation. Williams also meets with two other men, Siegel and Arians, and he gives them his business card, telling them to give him a call. In the present, Olivia is standing on a balcony when she's approached by Anthony. They're looking out over Seattle, and it seems that some time has passed since killing the accountant, as they discuss how the Foundation really unraveled afterwards. Something tugs at the back of Olivia's mind as she talks with Anthony, something she seems to be forgetting. She then abruptly ends the conversation by stabbing a knife into Anthony's chest and pushing him off the balcony. She then wakes up in a bed, with Adam tugging on her arm and telling her to get up. Adam asks how much she remembers, and she replies that she remembers having a dream with Anthony in it, taking place years from now. It felt real, but something was off. The more she thought about it, the more she realized it was a lie. Adam seems to commiserate with her, implying he had a similar experience, and says that they apparently planned for this. There were 2 encrypted video files on his computer that they were supposed to play in this sort of situation.
Yeah, that would be an interesting tactic, right? If the SCP could like somehow implant memories into them to make them think that they killed the council members, you know? But then if anomalous stuff keeps happening, right, they would somehow become aware of the fact that they didn't actually accomplish their mission. So I don't know, but it would be a good tactic to at least delay them, I guess.
Adam unlocks his video and gestures Olivia to supply her password. She instead snatches a pistol off the nightstand and shoots Adam 3 times in the head.
Okay.
Olivia again wakes up, this time on a cot in an office, with
okay, so she's going through some Inception shit right now, where she's like in a dream, and someone's trying to get some kind of information out of her, and she keeps becoming aware of it, and then is killing the person trying to get this information from her.
Calvin standing over her. She quickly knees Calvin in his solar plexus and searches for a hidden pistol that she knows is in Calvin's real office, and she finds it, pointing it at his chest. She pauses to think, recounting the previous 2 experiences, and how she knew something was wrong each time. Anthony's lighter was different, and Adam used a different name for his computer.
Okay.
She says that to get out of this, she's going to have to kill Calvin, who of course tries to calm her down.
Duh.
She accuses him of being 0511, the liar, but he says that the liar must be tricking her into killing him. He then says that the liar didn't ask her about her copy of the journal, asking if she still has it. Olivia touches her wrist where the digital copy of the journal is embedded, and the liar smiles. Olivia then wakes up in a hospital, strapped to the bed, with a nurse and a doctor face down on the floor nearby. She sees an older woman in a white suit with a gun sitting, then blinks, and instead sees a man with a mohawk, then blinks again, and sees a man with serrated steak knives.
Interesting. What the fuck?
This is the liar, capable of flipping through identities at will, including Anthony, Adam, and Calvin. Olivia's wrist had been surgically cut open, and the digital flash drive had been removed. She had been captured and brought to the liar for questioning to see how much she knew, but the team had planned for this. The flash drive hadn't contained the whole journal, just the section on 0511. Reading its contents made 0511 remember what had happened to them, how the Foundation had created new identities for them and made them forget about their past in the insurgency. The liar allows Olivia to escape and gives her a flash drive with info on the next target. The liar says that they are not faultless in what they've done, and if the Foundation doesn't kill them, they'll spend the rest of their life running.
So how can you trust anything the liar tells you when their name is literally the liar? Like, is this information this person's giving you going to be accurate on the target you're going after, or are they just setting you into another trap? You know what I'm saying? Like, how are you going to be able to like really trust what they're giving you?
As Olivia leaves, she hears a single gunshot from behind her. 3 down, 10 to go. 0510, the archivist, is said by Agent U to possibly be the most dangerous person in the world.
Interesting. Okay.
0510 was formerly a school teacher named Diane Walters, who earned a reputation for harming students who didn't meet her ridiculous standards of conduct.
That's fucked up.
She also was known for possessing a near-perfect memory, able to recall anything she had ever learned. A person with that capability would of course be sought after by the Foundation.
Almost kind of feels like a Suicide Squad versus Justice League kind of situation, right? It almost feels like, you know, the O5 Council are these gods, and each one embodies some kind of aspect of something. You know, she's got a great memory. This other guy can predict basically anything. This other dude's like a master essentially of disguise and lies. The other one is, you know, essentially death. You know, they embody some kind of different aspect of something. I wonder if it's maybe somehow tied in. I was going to say maybe it's tied in with the sins, but there's more council members than are of, you know, the 7 deadly sins, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't know, but it really is kind of starting to feel almost like a Suicide Squad versus Justice League kind of situation where, yeah, these like underdogs are just hunting down essentially these gods and somehow having to trick them and outsmart them to beat them.
And she soon found herself on the Overseer Council, in charge of all of the Foundation's records, as well as keeping a mental record of practically every activity taken on the planet. A story going around says that she personally handled an innocuous accidental breach of data by brutally torturing the culprit until he admitted to being a spy in order to stop the torture, and he was executed. The archivist is apparently obsessed with the concept of omniscience and believes the overseers to be divine entities far above the rest of humanity. It's said that she's responsible for recreating history after an apocalypse when utilizing SCP-2000, meaning that she has experienced potentially multiple end-of-the-world scenarios and remembers each of them.
I wonder if she, in fact, enacted or incited some of those in order to rebuild things how she wanted.
Agent U speculates that in times of crisis, the archivist will likely retreat into the Wanderer's Library, where she is a frequent but unwelcome guest. The story flashbacks once more, this time to just after the death of the Foundation administrator at the hands of the children, from Part 1.
Gotcha.
The primary individuals responsible are Aaron Siegel and Vincent Arians, who we heard about previously when they met with the administrator at a conference. They both went on to join the fledgling SCP Foundation, with Siegel becoming O5-1. Arians joined Siegel in his defection, along with a number of others, but he's not happy about the situation, as he doesn't understand why the administrator had to die, as he thought they were just destroying the kingdom of Abaddon. Siegel reveals that there never was a kingdom of Abaddon. There was no army of reality benders in the desert.
Interesting.
It was just the administrator. According to Siegel, the administrator became something inhuman, capable of bending reality.
Okay.
And believing Siegel to be a kindred spirit, he showed him what he was capable of by leveling an entire Foundation facility himself. Siegel knew that he had to be destroyed, as he wouldn't stop. And that's why Siegel became fully committed to creating the children. Once again, the ends justify the means, or so Siegel believed. The administrator had started the Children Project just to see if it could be done, and Arians wonders if...
That seems strange, right? Like, you would think, if you're the administrator, that you would have to have some kind of inkling or understanding that, okay, if this is successful, I'm going to be vulnerable. Like this could easily be turned towards me, right? Like it would be very short-sighted for that. And I mean, I don't know. Maybe the idea is that they've created a weapon that should a council member step out of line, they could use it against council member or something like that to try to keep balance until another one's elected. I don't know. But it seems strange that the administrator would be a willing partner in creating something that would obviously be able to destroy it, unless it's a situation where, you know, the administrator's ego was like, I'm a god, you know, I don't have to worry about this, it can't destroy me, let's just see, you know, what happens.
Siegel believed the same thing. The rest of the defectors believe that the administrator aligned himself with the kingdom of Abaddon, and they see Siegel as a hero.
Interesting.
In the present, Calvin and Adam are heading into a forest to find the archivist. Well, Olivia...
This one's definitely going into a lot of different strange directions. I like it though. I like the whole. It has a very kind of conspiracy theory feeling and aspect to it. Of, you know, this is where we're finally uncovering kind of the real story of what's really going on, and the SCP Foundation actually is, you know, this kind of, I don't know if corrupt is the right way, but I guess corrupt organization that is, they're trying to keep the anomalous from the public eye, but they're also at the same time trying to ensure the anomalous exists so that they can stay in power.
Olivia is dealing with the liar, and Anthony is getting intel on 059. Calvin says that he plans on shooting the archivist in the face, and if that fails, he has a secret weapon, but he literally cannot tell Adam what it is. The two come to a place in the forest where two saplings stand side by side, and Calvin explains that this is a way, a tunnel between worlds activated with the right knock, or key. This knock can take the form of a time of day, a specific object you have to carry, a word you have to utter, or a thought you have to be thinking of. This concept should be pretty familiar to those acquainted with the Planescape setting. For this specific way, which leads to the Wanderer's Library, you have to have a piece of knowledge in mind that you're willing to give up, as you'll forget it when you pass through.
Okay, interesting.
The knowledge has to be something relatively important to you.
Significant, yeah.
So Adam thinks about what THACO stands for, a mechanic used in earlier versions of D&D, and steps through.
Interesting.
The two find themselves in a section of the Wanderer's Library, an extra-dimensional space I discussed in my Serpent's Hand video.
Yeah, that could be handy in other ways, right? Like if you want to like replay your favorite game or rewatch your favorite movie over and over again, you know, like that's a piece of information that would have significance to you. You could like write a note down somewhere that you'll see it and be like, hey, make sure to watch this or check this out or play it, and then go into the Wandering Library and have it take that, you know, memory information from you so you can keep experiencing it over and over again.
This section resembles a massive office space, fully equipped with 1980s era mainframes and computers. The Foundation uses this section to back up all their data, on both our current world and any worlds that came before.
Gotcha. So they're trying to have as wide a spread of technology as possible for, I guess, various end of the world scenario, reset things to have a certain level of technology established, I guess.
On microfilm. Adam becomes curious about a computer that isn't functioning and opens it up despite Calvin's protests. Inside is a solitary hard drive spinning, despite no wires connecting to it, and a Davite rune carved into its surface.
Oh, shit.
A librarian appears behind them, one of the native entities of the library capable of navigating its infinite halls. The librarian says that the archivist is no longer here. She broke her pact with the serpent by partaking in forbidden knowledge and writing herself into a story to which she does not belong.
Interesting. Huh. So she wrote herself into the Davite story. And so any other kind of, I guess, information that was about her is left on this hard drive with this Davite rune on it.
Instead, she is now down below the library, and the librarian offers to take them to her.
Okay, maybe not.
The two follow the librarian for what seems like decades, as time does not pass the same in the library, until they reach the library's foundation, a massive cavern lined with pillars carved by the serpent itself in the eternity before time. The serpent is not actually a serpent. It's an avatar of a universal facet of reality, information. This foundation is the base of all knowledge, and underneath it is the dark endlessness. The librarian gestures them towards a set of doors, beyond which is the source of all knowledge, and it says that there are 3 books there that must not be disturbed. Calvin says that he'd like.
I wonder what the name of those 3 books are, if there is any name, and what the information is, you know? My curiosity would get the best of me. I mean, I think I would probably not mess with them because of the setting you're in, and because it's like you're literally told that there's 3 books that you can't mess with because they, who knows, maybe they'll unwind the fabric of reality and destroy everything, you know what I mean? But I would still want to know what they're about. Like, at least give me their names. At least give me their names so I can speculate what they're about.
Like to make a withdrawal, and the librarian pulls out a short metal tube covered in runes. Calvin apparently brought them this tube many years ago, and the librarian says that there are few things that exist that they have no knowledge of, but the contents of that tube are one of them. The two pass through the doors and find themselves on top of a green hill in a.
This looks like it's straight out of Tolkien or whatever, with the 2 trees of light or whatever that the elves had.
Valley with 2 trees nearby.
Yes, I know where this is actually from. Yeah, okay.
Near one of them sits a woman in a white dress, eating an apple and reading a book. Calvin
So that's Eve, huh?
approaches, asks if she's the archivist, and then shoots her 3 times. The archivist doesn't flinch as the bullets pass through her. As Calvin continues to shoot her, she asks if he reads. She says that she reads very often, that you can learn everything there is to learn from books, including how to allow bullets to pass through your body.
Interesting.
She admits to being afraid when she heard that 0513 died, as mortality makes her job much harder. She came here to learn the secret of immortality, and she's already done it. She gestures to the trees, saying that one of them is the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and the other is the tree of life, both discussed in the Bible. She says that the serpent made it so that you can only eat from one if you've already eaten from the other, which created a paradox. She learned then that the tree of knowledge doesn't bear fruit because the library is the fruit, and she's learned everything from the library, allowing her to eat from the tree of life. She's read from the 3 books mentioned by the librarian.
Oh shit.
The Book of Life and Death, the Book of Things That Have Been, and the Book of Things That Will Be. As she now knows of all things within the library, just as the serpent does, she proclaims herself to be the serpent. Her body then splits open, revealing a massive, writhing serpent inside,
Yeah,
who
damn.
proceeds to attack Calvin and Adam. A fight ensues, with the 2 unable to harm the serpent, but it says that despite all of its knowledge, it still does not know what is inside of that tube. Adam eventually opens the tube, causing a long spear covered in runes to drop out. The tube then turns into essentially a harpoon gun, and Adam.
I wonder if it's the spear of destiny, you know, the spear that pierced Christ, etc., etc. I wonder if that somehow is playing into this kind of biblical theme.
Uses it to launch the spear at the serpent's skull, killing it and causing the landscape to fall away into darkness. The landscape soon returns, with both Calvin and Adam alive, and the archivist speared against the Tree of Knowledge. Two figures are standing there. One is the actual serpent, and the other is the serpent's brother, Lord of the Realm of Nothingness. The serpent says that the spear they hold is very rare, as it's the spear of the non-believer. It says that it might be older than the library itself, with a legend stating that it was forged when the first thinking being decided to deny omnipotence. The serpent admits that it can't even see the spear, and Calvin confirms that it was given to him by someone, but doesn't say who. They put the spear back into the tube, and the serpent says that the archivist wasn't that different from the two of them when she first came to the library. It wonders where their convictions will lead them, and with a blinding flash, the two find themselves back in the forest.
That's actually a really cool and fascinating story. I don't know, that whole bit where she gains the knowledge of everything and blah, 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 becomes the serpent, but then there's this spear that they gained that was forged before knowledge was even a thing by the first being to deny omnipotence and become mortal, maybe Adam. I don't know, that's pretty fascinating. I like that story. Anyway.
4 down, 9 to go. 059 is known as the Outsider, as she was taken directly as a civilian in order to replace the previous 059. She was an Australian geologist that uncovered an anomaly and was discredited by the Foundation to prevent the public from learning about it. Her recruitment straight to the Council by orders of 057 seems to be entirely to serve the purpose of pissing off half of the Council. She is said to be a brilliant researcher, though, maintaining several projects simultaneously. Agent U has very little to say about her otherwise, as she shouldn't be hard to find or hard to deal with. Another flashback, with Aaron Siegel after founding the Chaos Insurgency. He's uncomfortable, as he presumed that the Foundation would quickly die off with their administrator dead and half the Council gone, but the Foundation was continuing on. The insurgency has started to raid Foundation sites, but it already seemed like the Foundation was closing in on their headquarters. Siegel gets a phone call from Aryans, who informs him that the Broken God fanatics are doing something in South America.
Gotcha.
An event we're well acquainted with. Siegel is even more distressed to hear that the Foundation is fully mobilizing to deal with the problem, despite his hope that they would be in ruins by this point.
Yeah, that they wouldn't be able to do anything about it.
Siegel wants to go with Aryans to Mexico to see.
Well, I mean, I feel like maybe I'm wrong, because I guess it depends on the time, right? Because that was supposed to have taken place during the 40s, and I don't know. The idea, I think, though, is that the SCP Foundation is so large and has so many facets to it that it can run and contain itself even without the Council there. Like, how often does the Council really actually get involved and act on anything? Unless it's something like major, right? So
see the children one more time. That night, he has many dreams. One in which he and the administrator first open the doors to Site-17. One in which he watches as a truck brings in SCP-173. One in which he establishes a relationship with Sophia Light, who is currently running the Foundation. He dreams of drinking from the Fountain of Youth with the other O5 members, and dreams of the administrator tugging on an ethereal thread, causing the moon to vanish before he brings it back.
Interesting.
He dreams of a man laying dead on the ground, his hand clasped around a golden sword, and in the distance, a phone is ringing. In the present, Calvin and Anthony confront 059 in the burned-out ruins of her family home. She tells them about how the Council informed her of things beyond her wildest dreams when she was recruited. She certainly seems to be the most normal of the Council, and she understands why they've come. She says that she'll go out in her own way, and produces a switchblade. She finishes by saying that she used to believe that serving a higher cause made for a meaningful life, but now she realizes that any life can be wasted, and any death can be meaningless. Suddenly, she locks eyes with Calvin, and he experiences a powerful vision of the house around him restored, a happy family, 059 as she would have been if she had lived a normal life. The vision ends with fire and screams, and he sees her as much older than she was. She's now sitting back in a burnt chair, her wrists slit open. Before she dies, she asks Calvin if he's afraid of death. He responds, no, but with her final words, she says that he's lying. 5 down, 8 to go.
That's kind of sad, you know? The idea that I guess it seems like she knew that she could have had a different path had she'd made a different choice. Again, this kind of idea of choice, where she could have just had, you know, a happy family and would have just had a happy life having a family, but instead is now, you know, going to die in this kind of lonely, meaningless way where she had a position of kind of almost absolute power, but really did nothing with it or couldn't do anything with it. And so she now at the end looks back saying that, now my life was kind of meaningless. And if only I made this choice, I could have had meaning in, you know, a family. Interesting.
The 8th overseer is known as the Lesser, a rather insulting term, as he's not looked upon favorably by the rest of the council.
It's kind of fucked.
His real name is Baron Lehman Hoadley, and along with his brother, the two became very wealthy railway industrialists. This wealth allowed the early Foundation to compete against other paranormal groups, such as the GOC, preventing them from being snuffed out. His brother ran the railway company, and Baron essentially ran the Foundation, as he used his influence on the council to take charge.
That's kind of fucked that they see him as like a lesser person then. He's the one that seems to have some of the greatest significance in the fact that the Foundation even continues to run.
It's believed that during this time, Baron was using newly created sites to funnel SCPs over to Marshall, Carter, and Dark, receiving kickbacks in return. Tragedy struck, however, when his brother died in a train accident, and Baron found out that he didn't actually control as much of the company as he believed. His brother had written him out of most of the company and left everything to his son, who had no interest in running a company. The company was sold, leaving Baron much worse off than he used to be. He lost all of his influence on the council and became incredibly paranoid that the rest of the overseers planned to kill him off. He locked himself in a fortress and began experimenting with anomalies on his own body in order to protect himself.
Damn.
The story continues with Siegel and Arian standing in front of the church in Mexico where the children...
This church just reminds me of PUBG. There's a little spot on the desert map Miramar that has a church that looks like this, that me and the boys would land at and then would have some fights at back in the day. The PUBG nostalgia. Anyway.
Are buried. They hear and see the effects of the broken god in the distance, and the children seemingly call out to Siegel from underneath him. They beg him to come back and make them whole again. As SCP-2399 prepares to destroy the false god in the distance, Siegel steps into the church and hears the sound of a man laughing. In the present, the crew come to the fortress where 058 is supposedly hiding out. They find it to be a smoking ruin, however, filled with charred remains of bodies. They come to what seems to be the epicenter of the damage and find a ruined corpse of a man. Anthony identifies him as Baron Hoadley and figures that 058 had augmented his body in a number of different ways, and all of these things were kept in check by the Overseer's immortality. When that contract was broken and he became mortal again, the augmentations didn't agree with one another, causing quite an explosion. 6 down, 7 to go.
So does that also mean that I guess he inadvertently destroyed the bodies of the kids there, you know? Because there's a bunch of other corpses. So does that mean I guess that weapon no longer exists now too?
At camp that night, the group shares some of their war stories, with Calvin and Olivia talking about how long they've known each other. Olivia admits that she is capable of magic, which she utilized during her anomalous art days. Adam asks Anthony how long he's been around, and Anthony is purposefully vague about exactly how long. Calvin talks about the importance of what they do, of carrying on the engineer's legacy, which Anthony scoffs at. Anthony then reveals that he's much older than they think, as he actually was one of the original defectors that went with Siegel after he killed the administrator. He says that the engineer stabbed the insurgency in the back and went back to the Foundation. Anthony drank from the Fountain of Youth, keeping him young, but he deeply regrets it, and resents the engineer for using the insurgency's idealism for as long as it was useful to him before abandoning them. Everyone else in the insurgency, of course, respects the engineer as the founder of all of their tenets, but they don't know anything about what Anthony is revealing. He goes on to say that when Siegel went back to the Foundation, he told them everything he knew about the insurgency, including their facilities and encampments. They set up Delta Command in the aftermath to be purposefully realistic in what they could accomplish. He says that the current...
And I would assume is like something so that if certain facilities or sites or whatever would be destroyed, the Delta Command could pass between different people as needed.
Delta Command knows none of this, as telling people would either result in them not believing him, or in people losing faith in the insurgency's goals. Anthony is telling this group because he wants them to know the truth of what they're dying for, that they're doing this because they need to return things to the natural order, not because of what some traitor said decades ago. Later, Calvin is sitting by the fire with a second vial of the Fountain of Youth, and Anthony asks him where he got it from. He explains that when the council ran the fountain dry, there was enough left for 12 vials, just in case.
Interesting.
Anthony wonders how he got a hold of 2 of those vials, and what he plans to do with it. Calvin responds that he's going to destroy it, eventually, which Anthony agrees with, as it extends your life, but makes it empty, without taste or color.
Oh, interesting.
Anthony had spent years trying to undo that.
I was gonna say, like, why would you regret having, like, you're not immortal, but you just don't age, is what it sounds like. But, so it's like, why would you regret that, right? You could maybe not necessarily live forever, but at least for a much longer period of time and be, you know, youthful and energetic. But at the same time, it's like, if all the experiences of life are muted, you don't really have the same feelings, whether it's, you know, physically feeling or emotionally feeling, things don't taste right or good, or, you know, life just doesn't have the same experience as it used to, the same meaning, then I guess, yeah, what would then be the meaning of your existence, you know? So
the effects after drinking it, which has finally resulted in him slowly aging again. The two discuss the final words of 059, whether Calvin is afraid of death or not. Anthony says the decision is his, but if it were him, he would destroy that vial and never think of it again. The two go to sleep, with plenty of more work left to do. 057 is the most fearsome member of the council by reputation, as she is said to be the de facto leader of the 05s.
interesting.
She commonly goes by the codename Green, due to
I don't know how it could be any more than the Archivist. The Archivist, with what they did, was a pretty interesting tale, and yeah, it very much begs the question of where did you get this spear from? Because without this spear, obviously they would have failed in their mission. And it also begs the question of How did he know? Because I think the librarian said that they had that Calvin had put the spear there a long time ago. I don't know, like, are they trying to say that Calvin in a different incarnation or something like that, or maybe even as himself, maybe Adam, and forged that spear specifically for this purpose, knowing what was going to happen in the future? I don't know. Anyway, let's continue.
Constantly wearing green pantsuits, which seems rather harmless for someone considered by most to be the devil that sits on the Overseer Council.
Okay.
Agent Yu recounts a story of a meeting between a Russian intelligence director and a high-ranking member of the GOC. The GOC wished to go into Syria to act against the Foundation, and hoped to secure Russia's support in the endeavor. The intelligence director assured the GOC that they had their support, until he received a phone call and learned that Green was in Syria. The GOC member was furious until he too learned why Russia had backed out. One solitary woman entered the country and sent two massive organizations scurrying.
Yep. Okay.
Green seems to personally be involved in a large swath of matters around the world, and Agent Yu claims that she is always watching and always planning.
So she's Sauron.
The GOC thought she was working with the factory, the UIU thought she was working for Curvier, and the Russians thought she was the Scarlet King himself.
Oh, damn. Okay.
No one knows exactly what her endgame is, but Agent Yu gave her a very, very wide berth. In flashbacks, Adam is rescued from an SCP-610 labor camp by Anthony. Siegel announces a breakthrough to an assembly of the SCP Foundation. Olivia gets rescued from Foundation pursuit by Calvin.
That's a hell of a snake depiction, by the way.
Broken God gets obliterated by SCP-2399, and the administrator discovers a waterfall that flows upwards in a hidden cavern, exciting him. In the present, the team is in Cambodia, meeting with another insurgency agent named Vanderveer. The region is under turmoil, as the local revolutionaries are holding an artifact, and Green has personally come to deal with them. Vanderveer explains that an anomalous mining corporation named Curvier came in years back and ended up polluting the water supply.
Okay.
This is something they've done in the past, and they usually just stick around until the Foundation shows up to clear them out. But this time, the Foundation didn't show up, due to Calvin's team causing problems. The local officials were receiving kickbacks from Curvier, and are now seen as traitors by the locals. Revolutionaries are using the scandal to overthrow the government, and rioters are flooding the streets and looting everything in sight. Green is coming in to stoke the fires of the rebellion so that the Foundation can sweep in afterwards and pick up the anomaly that they're holding. The team ends up getting caught in the street by some rioters. The rioters are put down by an MTF from the Foundation. The team attempts to get away, but they get hit with some gas grenades and end up captured by the MTF.
Okay.
Calvin, Olivia, and Adam wake up in the governor's mansion, now controlled by the Foundation.
Which I assume
Green is
Green's
standing
there.
in front of them,
Yep.
and they execute Vanderveer. She commends Calvin for his courage and what he's done so far, and tells him that 0513 was actually worried that someone would come along and do exactly what he did. Siegel had had the Fountain of Youth purposefully drained in order to prevent it, but Calvin found a way to do it anyways, which she applauds. She proceeds to give Calvin a choice. He can either pick one of his team members to die, in which case Green would give herself up, or he can refuse, in which case she'll kill the leader of the revolutionaries, causing a civil war in the region. Calvin chooses himself to die, but Green laughs, saying that there is no such thing as a noble sacrifice. She says that he has no idea what he's doing, even if he thinks that he does. She says that if he thinks that killing people will stop the Foundation, he should ask Aaron Siegel about that. Calvin still refuses, so the revolutionary leader is executed,
if somehow Calvin's actually at the center of everything. If he's like, I don't know. There's that as this is going along, and then with what was just presented right there, like, I wonder, like, is Calvin actually like supposed to be SCP-001 or something like that? And this is all like a universe of his creation. I don't know. It's just seeming more and more like he's, as we're going along, he's at the center of things. And like, how is, I don't know. I was gonna say, how is like he just essentially a man able to take out essentially these demigod things? But I mean, for the most part, he is outsmarting him. Other than what happened with the Archivist, the only way he beats the Archivist is with the spear. Although I guess technically it is outsmarting him, but he doesn't remember, you know, how he put that spear there, why it went there. I didn't even know it was a spear until he opened it up, and then yeah, I don't know. It just, there's certain, I don't know. Anyway, let's just continue.
Causing a riot outside. As she points a gun at Adam, she is suddenly sniped by Anthony, who tells them to run. It wasn't a fatal shot, and Green makes it to the roof where there's a waiting helicopter. The revolutionaries are storming the mansion now, and Adam clears the way by using the Spear of the Non-Believer, which immolates them and burns the group to ash. They make it to the roof as Green takes off in the helicopter and taunts them. Calvin and Anthony fire on her to no effect, but a rocket fired by one of the revolutionaries in the streets hits it. Jets begin carpet bombing the city as the crew flees, caught in the middle of this chaos. As they run, they come across the wreckage of the helicopter, and a fiery figure steps out of it, skin melting off, an arm severed, walking on soon-to-be melted legs.
God damn.
It seems Green isn't quite dead yet, and she steps towards the crew, moaning. She raises a gun at Calvin, but Anthony dives in to take the bullets. Green finally collapses, but Anthony is quickly bleeding out. Calvin reaches for his vial of the fountain water, knowing that it will save him, but Anthony begs him not to. He reveals that his original name was Vincent Arians before dying. Olivia uses her anomalous abilities to turn his corpse into a cloud of crystal butterflies, which fly off. The remaining three meet up with an unnamed member of the insurgency, who gives them a car, supplies, and directions to their next target. 7 down, 6 to go. But now, the already small team has lost a very important member.
Right.
Taking down Green was certainly a big move for the team, but this is an even more uphill battle now.
I don't know, for how much they built up Green, it sounds like she was just a regular person, you know? Maybe just an inflated reputation, or maybe she was just, I don't know. But the Russians thought she was Scarlet King, you know, yada yada, and she's just a regular person that just happened to be killed by essentially her own actions. She started a revolution, she triggered a civil war, and that then led to you know, her being shot down when trying to escape and then burned to death in a fire. I don't know.
It's clear
it is interesting though that the spear seems to have more power and abilities that he's able to use. Again, I don't know, signaling that there's more going on with Calvin, I think.
That the Overseer Council have been involved in some very heinous and shady activities, but there's still plenty of story left to tell, as Calvin and his crew close in on 051.
Alright. Once upon a time, a man who awoke to find he had no memory of who he was or how he had gotten here. Suddenly a voice spoke to the man. Your second wish has been granted. Now for your third and final wish. The man considered this for a moment, and seeing no other choice, made his final wish. Allow me to remember all that I've forgotten. Funny, the voice laughed, granting the man's final wish. That was the first thing you asked for. Huh. Interesting. So, I mean, we'll obviously have to continue and see what's gonna happen as they go against the last members of the SCP Foundation. But I don't know. I feel like there's more going on with this character, and is he actually Adam? Did he forge the spear? Is there more going on with choice? Is it an illusion? Is it not? Is he always essentially fated? Like, is there always going to be an SCP council that gets established, and he always then goes around and destroys these SCP council, which essentially resets the universe, kind of a situation? Is that where we're going to? I don't know. The thing that fascinated me the most was the Archivist. That whole story of her and learning all the true knowledge of everything, and then essentially becoming the embodiment of the serpent. And then yeah, how he was able to it seems like he knew that this was going to happen because he had gotten the spear and set it there to begin with. So again, is it like, is he this person who is he the first person to deny immortality or deification or godhood or whatever, and then forge this spear of non-belief, like a spear of atheism or something like that? I don't know, but like the spear of non-belief to counteract the gods. I don't know, but that was the most fascinating thing, and I feel like, so out of everything we've gone through so far, that's like that feels like it's the most significant part of the story so far. But anyway, yeah, we'll continue on with the last part 5. All right, so we're gonna move on here to part 5. So far, obviously, this is seemingly continuing off of part 4. They've been going around eliminating members of this, Chaos Insurgency. These 3 people essentially have been, well, now 2 after the end, have been going around terminating the overseers of the SCP Foundation, who all seem to have different anomalous abilities, properties. One was essentially able to predict everything, virtually everything. One essentially was death and was able to outsmart and outwit death. Another one essentially gained the knowledge of everything and became the great serpent of knowledge and was defeated, etc., etc. So I don't know, this, like I'd said in the last one, it almost kind of to some extent has this kind of, Suicide Squad versus the Justice League kind of air to it. These normal people going out and outsmarting and battling these demigods, finding their weaknesses and exploiting them and beating them in certain ways, obviously putting themselves in peril or whatever. But I think the story with them and the Archivist is, for whatever reason, that's just like sticking out more to me, and I feel like that story gave more clues. The whole, at the beginning of the story of part 4, he had mentioned Adam and the serpent, and them being Adam being expelled from Eden, and him saying, my biggest mistake was trusting the serpent, and then the serpent saying, your biggest mistake was thinking that you had a choice. And so like, I'm wondering if this main character, Calvin, I believe is his name, if I'm remembering, I could be, I'm wanting to say Carter, but I don't think it's Carter. I'm pretty sure it's Calvin. Anyway, so I'm wondering if, because of the events that happened in the story against him and the Archivist, if he is like Adam, and because apparently there's this spear that was forged potentially at the beginning, before even knowledge existed, this spear of the non-belief or something like that, that was able to then kill the archivist, who was turned into the serpent, who I guess potentially was a false serpent, because then they spoke to the real serpent, and the real serpent, claimed that they couldn't even see the spear and gave them knowledge. And there's, two serpents. There's the serpent of knowledge and the serpent of nothing. And so, like, I don't know, it almost seems like he is Adam, because the librarian had given them this tube that contained the spear that had runes on it, and these runes, they wasn't able to see. I don't know. It just seems like he created this spear, put it in this library for this specific situation that was going to happen, as though it was, again, part of a cycle. That the spear is always there. They're always going to have, again, Ouroboros Cycle, that they're always going to be needing the spear to destroy the serpent, etc., etc. And so, that's also bringing me to wonder if it's a situation where at the founding of the universe, there's always an SCP Foundation that happens, and there's always members that come to be, and then eventually they become corrupt in their own power, because absolute power corrupts absolutely, kind of situation. And they essentially, through utilizing whatever their abilities, power, etc., for their own selfish needs, end up breaking the universe in certain ways, and then someone has to step up and destroy them, kind of a situation. And that's what this whole cycle is essentially about. And then at the end, maybe the universe collapses and then is recreated, or something along those lines. So anyway, let's get on with the final part of the Ouroboros Cycle here, part 5, and see if any of those predictions come true.
The Ouroboros Cycle, Part 5. In the last part, we looked at the first half of The Way It Ends, a grand tale featuring a small, exceptionally talented team of Chaos Insurgency agents taking down each of the SCP Foundation overseers, one by one. They started with 0513, severing the contract that the overseers had with death, providing them immortality, and swept through the list. 7 of the 13 overseers are now dead, but while dealing with 057, the team lost a crucial member, Anthony, who revealed himself to originally be Vincent Arians, the former cohort of Aaron Siegel. In flashbacks, we've been seeing how Siegel and Arians defected from the Foundation to start the Chaos Insurgency, but now we know that Siegel eventually went back to the Foundation to become 051 once again. In this final part of my miniseries, we'll see how Calvin and his team deal with the rest.
And then it's interesting that 051 was the one that started the, again, themes of cycles. Anyway,
of the overseers, culminating in their encounter with 051. 056 is known as the American, a former general that fought in the American Civil War named Rufus King. Somehow, he extended his life prior to ever drinking from the Fountain of Youth, making him by far the oldest current member of the Council.
Interesting.
He currently has an office in the Pentagon with the title Special Counsel to the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and many military leaders believe his authority is second only to the President, while some believe he supersedes it.
Supersedes it, yeah.
It's believed that 056 formed the first mobile task force, Alpha 1, Red Right Hand, in order to hunt down members of the insurgency. Not a very subtle man at all, Agent U writes that they once witnessed him opening a beer with a whip, then using that whip to grab the beer from across the room and finish it in a single swallow.
Giga Chad, okay.
In a flashback, we once again see Siegel and Arians discussing the Foundation and their mobilization to deal with the broken god in Mexico. 30 years have now passed after the death of the administrator. Siegel is still incredulous that the Foundation is up and running after their defection, and he wonders who is left in charge there that could be running things so smoothly. He also ponders who among the Foundation staff would be even able to access Site-01. The two are interrupted by their door opening and Sophia Light entering, a woman that had previously had a relationship with Siegel, but didn't defect with him. Sophia explains that she read the note that Siegel had sent to the current 0513, a note that we read at the end of the Children document. Sophia admits that although they've been telling everyone in the Foundation that things are still under control, they are actually scattered and leaderless. None of the current overseers are actually doing anything, and she doesn't know who's actually running things.
Interesting.
That's not to say that nothing is being done, but instead orders are coming from someone located within Site-01, and they have no idea who it is.
I wonder if it's some kind of AI situation, because I feel like the SCP, honestly, I mean, I guess it depends on what timeline you're talking about here. But at, certain times and technologies, you would think eventually a lot of the oversight from the SCP Foundation would be run by an AI or AIs, so that in certain situations, or just in general, as things could potentially be compromised, stuff could be run smoothly, backup plans could be initiated as quickly as possible, etc., etc. I mean, like the whole tale in the third one with the doctor who got turned into like this black hole entity, and AI is essentially what prevented him from destroying the O5 Council and the other universes after he proposed his plan to destroy the other universes to save the present one, essentially. So, like, obviously they have AI systems, but as he'd mentioned before, part 4 and 5 seem to be in that kind of continuity thematically, but not actually connected to them, whatever that I guess is supposed to mean. So anyway, let's continue.
For a while they thought it was Siegel, and then they thought it might be the administrator, but now they really have no idea. They found an entire new wing built onto a site, and SCP-173 is residing there, but they didn't put it there, and they have no records of it being put there. New facilities are being built, more doctors and researchers are being recruited, and even the mobilization to deal with the Broken God was all performed without their command.
So it's almost like things are just happening no matter what. Is it a situation where the council is just a set of puppets and there's still some other greater force going on controlling SCP? Is like the SCP something that is like part of the fundamental fabric of our reality or something, or a reality? Like, what's going on?
Somebody within Site-01 is making calls, and their commands are being followed. Sophia wants Siegel and Arians to go with her to Site-01, and Siegel agrees, as long as she understands that they plan to kill whomever is in there. Before they leave, Sophia confronts Siegel on his defection, saying that even though he killed the administrator because he was supposedly the source of anomalies, why are more and more anomalies popping up?
Right.
She asks that he make sure he's going to do what he wants, and to consider what Arians wants as well. The present timeline picks up right after the death of 057, as the crew is fleeing the chaos in Cambodia. They drove overnight until reaching a small inn, where Calvin meets with another agent of the insurgency, revealed to be one of the Delta Command, Kowalski. Kowalski informs Calvin that the American is nearby, and he's the one responsible for sending jets to carpet bomb the town while they were dealing with Green.
Okay.
The American brought an entire army division with him, along with naval and air support.
Man ain't playing.
Kowalski heavily warns Calvin about the situation, suggesting they flee and go after the American some other time. He also mentions that a secure container was brought out of Site-19 and placed on the American's ship, most likely as a secret weapon. Kowalski finishes by saying that they are outnumbered at least 3,000 to 1, by an army trained in hunting people down, led by a man who believes that he single-handedly created the most powerful military in the world. Kowalski says that Calvin doesn't win here by being smart, but instead by forcing the American to do something stupid.
Yeah, make him make a mistake.
The team gets back in their Jeep and continues driving in order to put some distance between them and the army while they think. And they eventually find a secluded spot near some mountains where they spend the night. In the morning, they notice a drone in the sky, and they get back in their Jeep. As they drive off, a tank...
Well, and yeah, I mean, like, again, depending on... Because I guess I'm a little confused about the time, because they're talking about still the thing in Mexico that happened in the 40s, and then they said 30 years after, so that would be, you know what, this is be in the mid-70s now. So, I mean, like, they, I guess, would have satellite technology, or would just be starting to have satellite technology at that point in time. But then he's talking about drones, so that sounds more like modern time stuff, you know what I mean? So, but they're also talking about flashbacks, so they're kind of jumping around. So if they're talking about drones, that would seem more like we're in present day, modern time. And so obviously they would have satellite technology as well. And so it's like, how are you really going to be able to get away from them, right? Like, you're talking about someone who's in charge of the most sophisticated and advanced military force on the planet, which the SCP would have access to anyway through him. But they would probably be able to track them wherever, right? So, like, how are you really going to be able to get away? Like, once they know where you're at, obviously they knew where they were there after they killed Green and all that stuff happened. So they knew they were there. They would be able to probably get eyes on them and track them. And it would be extremely difficult for them to get away at that point.
Tank comes out of the nearby trees, and they narrowly avoid an explosive death. They hear more tanks behind them, along with helicopters and jets overhead. They eventually are forced out of the jungle into the open, and a helicopter opens fire on them. Olivia pulls out a scoped rifle and asks Calvin to stop. She proceeds to take aim and snipes the pilot, claiming that although she used to be an artist, she's been doing this longer.
Okay.
They continue on. Olivia takes out another helicopter, and their Jeep approaches a section of badlands between them and the mountains. In front of them, however, are hundreds of military vehicles, with helicopters above them and tanks behind them. A personnel carrier opens up, and a man steps out, wearing a wide-brimmed hat, a brown jacket, jeans, and boots. The American.
See, like, why would he even put himself in a situation where he could be vulnerable to anything, right? Like, you have this massive military force that you can control. Let them handle it. Like, if you want to talk to these people, do it from afar. Have someone else come out of there that can be a representative with a fucking tablet, and you can FaceTime them. You know what I mean? Like, why would you even show up in person? Other than, you know, it's the honorable thing to do, but that shit can get you killed.
Adam suggests that they just drive over to him and improvise, which Calvin approves of. Calvin alone gets out and walks over to 056, who introduces himself as Rufus King. He says that he's not here as an overseer, but instead as an American citizen, and his priorities lie first and foremost in America's security. His association with the Foundation has allowed him to strengthen the security of his nation, and he's hoping to keep that situation going for a long time. He's not happy that Calvin broke their contract with Death, but he's willing to deal with Calvin despite that. In exchange for letting them go, he wants the spear. Calvin doesn't really understand why they would want it.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I would never give up the spear at this point. Knowing that it is like essentially a god-killing or deity-killing weapon, seemingly, and has other like he turned a group of people in front of him to ash with it. No, brother, there's obviously something far greater with this spear, and the fact that he wants it means I would never give it to him ever.
So Rufus explains. They first found the spear in the grasp of some ancient king, and they spent a great number of lives to get it out, due to it being cursed. He doesn't know where it came from originally either, but he does know that it was the spear that a Roman soldier used to kill Jesus Christ.
Spear of Destiny, yep.
He's not sure how the soldier got a hold of it either, but he says it was the only thing capable of killing him, as it's capable of killing gods. The Foundation is not prepared to deal with an attack by some sort of deific entity, such as Jehovah, Cthulhu, or the flying spaghetti monster, in his words. But the spear could get the job done.
Spear could do it, yeah.
If Calvin gives it up, he can go on doing whatever it is he's doing, including killing overseers. Calvin reminds him that that includes him, and the American laughs and says he won't stop him trying to kill him as long as he hands it over. Of course, Calvin says that he cannot, which the American expected, so to give him a sporting chance, he's going to let him run. He shows a large steel crate carried by a helicopter, and says that there's something nasty in there that they've been trying to kill for years.
682. I have a feeling he's going to drop 682 down there.
And he's going to open it and point it in Calvin's direction. Whether the thing in the box gets them or his army, he's going to have the spear when this is done. Calvin heads back to the Jeep, and they drive into the Badlands. While driving, Calvin reveals how he got a hold of the spear. When he was younger, he went on a walk with his mother through the countryside, and they came across a lake. His mother turned and said that she recognized someone in the lake.
Are we getting into Avalon here, or is the Lady of the Lake gonna give him a spear instead of a sword? Is the sword actually, or the spear actually Excalibur? Like, are we getting into that now? Is that what's happening?
And she proceeded to enter the water and disappear. Calvin saw hundreds of bodies in the lake.
Oh shit, now we're getting into you don't recognize the bodies. Is that what's happening?
And followed his mother in, seeing her smile at him as she sank. He fought through the bodies for hours before getting out of the lake, and nobody would believe him about what happened. He went back to the lake recently, not finding any bodies in the water, and he was approached by someone that he barely remembers, like the voice of a person superimposed over a ghost. This entity offered Calvin a choice, taking him back to the moment when his mother was about to enter the lake. Calvin was forced to choose between saving his mother or taking the container that held a weapon that could destroy the Foundation. He chose the spear, and realized that he had always had the container, ever since that day at the lake. The entity approaches him again, and gave him the 2 vials of fountain water as well. Calvin also
Okay, that's very omnipotent. I'm trying to think of who or what this entity could be. Right? But it is sounding very kind of, you know, Arthurian, Lady in the Lake kind of a situation. And so, is the bodies thing like a trial? Is it like a test? And if you make it through it, you get this weapon. You prove yourself to be worthy of this weapon that can be used to destroy gods. And it obviously sounds like if it's a weapon that can destroy gods and can destroy the SCP Foundation, that there is a god at the heart of the SCP Foundation. Maybe the god.
Reveals that he stole Agent U's journal from Marshall of Marshall, Carter, and Dark by punching the old man in the face and running off with it. A few hours later, Adam tells the others that the mountain village he grew up in is nearby, and he might have a plan if the American is cocky and stupid enough to march his army up the mountain. They head to the village with the army in pursuit and find it empty, save for one old man. The man's skin seemed redder than normal, and his face and body bulged in certain areas. Adam asks the man where everyone else is, and the man replies that they are all still here, around us, because the sickness came for them.
Is this 610 now?
He says his ascension has nearly arrived as he begins crawling towards them. Adam explains that when he was younger, people here started getting sick with no explanation and no functioning cure. And as they got more sick, they began to change.
Also sounds very Greylock-ish, but anyway.
Eventually, the Foundation arrived to clean it out. He's interrupted as 056 and his army arrives in the village, led by a massive chained lizard creature.
Yep.
SCP-682.
Say two.
He says that he's got two problems here, and he intends to leave with only one, implying he plans to use the spear to kill 682.
Kill 682, yeah.
The American is whipping the lizard to keep it moving, and eventually it begins charging towards Calvin's team. It's stopped, however, by the old man, standing in the middle of the road. The lizard opens its mouth in disgust and asks what this filth is, and the old man extends his arms and exclaims that he has ascended. His body proceeds to split open and expand, becoming an SCP-610 entity.
This is starting to go in a lot of different interesting places, and it's tying in with a lot of different SCPs. Okay, all right, let's. This is getting interesting now.
It lets out a horrible cry, which is joined by many similar sounds.
And so, like, can 610 actually kill 682, or would it just absorb it? Would 682's regenerative like situation be able to overcome it? Would it be a situation where these two things would be locked in eternal battle, with 610 trying to kill 682, but 682 being able to resist it, and then just being stuck there fighting each other for eternity?
Sounds coming from the rocks around them. What follows is a full SCP-610 attack, as all of the village people that had been infected were simply lying dormant in the mountains around the village.
Okay.
The Americans' army division is hopelessly outmatched and unprepared for this, lacking any incendiary weapons. Massive 610 entities begin flinging some of the army's trucks and personnel carriers, destroying a helicopter in the process. Calvin's team sprint towards an empty Humvee and begin driving it out of the village when they come to the main square. Here, the old man turned flesh entity is battling the lizard, while the American is riding on the lizard's back.
Jesus Christ.
His hat has been knocked off.
That's pretty American right there, I'll tell you what.
His shirt is ripped and soaked with blood, and he's racked by fury and bloodlust. Olivia takes out a rifle and fires a shot at him, but he deflects the bullet with his whip.
The fuck?
Yes, we've gone full anime now.
Yeah, for real.
She shoots again, but he deflects the second shot as well. Third time is the charm, however, as he narrowly misses the third bullet, and it sinks into his heart. 056 dies in shock and disbelief, and a throng of 610 entities rip apart both the American and the lizard. 8 down, 5 to go.
Okay. Well, then there you go. I guess 682 is able to be taken out by 610.
SCP-682's bones collapse into dust, but a tiny lizard crawls out of the pile, shoots a dirty look at Calvin's crew, and scurries off.
Oh, there you go. It's still alive, I guess.
As
Never
the
mind.
team drives away from the village, they discuss their next target, who Olivia says is known as Black.
That would be a pretty wild thing to see, and would be an awesome television episode or anime, you know, like you said, it was very anime-ish.
Bird. The journal says that he just has a way of showing up, and suddenly Calvin slams on the brakes as a small man is standing in front of their vehicle. He wishes them a good evening and says that he hears they are going to soon be looking for him. 055, Blackbird, is described by Agent U as jovial, friendly, outgoing, and remarkably personable, unique traits among the Overseer Council. Despite this, there are some inconsistencies, as although Blackbird doesn't seem to care for all of the secrecy of the Foundation, he's the head of the department in charge of maintaining records on all the different groups of interest known to the Foundation. Additionally, some sources believe that Blackbird suffers from a multiple personality disorder.
I could see that.
And there's a story going
interesting.
around that says when the Chaos Insurgency came across a strange red disc, SCP-093, They used it to go to an alternate dimension that had suffered some sort of religious doomsday.
Lord Blackwood.
They had found a document in that dimension detailing certain high-ranking members of the religious governing body, and Blackbird was pictured, plain as day. It's also said that one of the staff members rescued from the alternate Site-13, featured in SCP-1730, pointed out Blackbird as a member of the GOC in their world. He apparently takes a special interest in any anomalies that interact with other dimensions. The flashback this time focuses on Calvin's team, sitting in a motel room, with Anthony still alive.
I was thinking that it was going to somehow tie into Lord Blackwood, but I guess not.
Anthony discusses the original defection, the Kingdom of Abaddon, and the creation of the children. He says that, while making the children, they did something truly heinous, and he's half convinced that the Overseers later made a deal with death just to avoid the fires of hell they're all now destined for. He goes on to say that the Administrator had fooled them, and the whole endeavor was a lie just so the Administrator could see if they could create an anomaly instead of discovering them.
Oh,
In the
okay,
end,
interesting.
those that stayed believed that the children were a net good, that the ends justified the means.
Gotcha.
And
so they did, I mean, from what it sounded like, they ripped the souls out of these children and put something from some kind of alternate dimension in them that they're then able to tap into, that creates some kind of, the byproduct is gamma radiation on a ridiculous scale, but they're able to essentially target things on a quantum level and essentially break them down and to, I guess, never have really existed at all on a quantum level kind of a situation. So yeah, that sounds pretty terrible and horrific. And I mean, who knows what happened to these children's souls, if they're still around, if they're just floating out in nothing, or what these things are that are put in these bodies that have then been enslaved, that only O1, you know, knew the had essentially the keys to. He had the attack command or whatever. He's the only one that knew how to get them to actually fire their weapon. So I don't know, but yeah, it's interesting that it also could be tied into the aspect of death, and that they did something so horrific that they don't want to die because of the ramifications of the terrible thing that they did.
And they had created a safer world. Those that defected believed they had done something unspeakable, and the Foundation was rotten to its core.
Yeah.
Since the Foundation was much more decentralized then, the defection didn't cause the end of the Foundation, but now the Overseers are the lifeblood of the organization. Additionally, Anthony tells them that underneath almost every Foundation facility is a nuclear device, but at Site-01, there is a system in place that allows a person to detonate all of them simultaneously.
Okay.
This is their plan. In the present, Calvin's team steps out of the vehicle and cautiously approach the man in the road, who raises his empty hands. He takes a bow and introduces himself as Mortimer J. Denning von Kronecker, the 5th Overseer. He says that he came here to meet them, as he's seen many impressive things throughout his life, but has never met anyone who has killed 8 Overseers.
I mean,
Olivia
has there ever been a time where someone's killed 8 Overseers? You know what I mean?
Asks why he came here if he knows they're trying to kill him, and he laughs it off, saying that, unfortunately for both of them, killing him isn't going to work. He is willing to demonstrate, asking them to shoot him in the forehead. Calvin and Olivia hesitate, suspecting a trick, so Blackbird pulls out a knife and jams it into his head. He collapses, as expected, blood spurting out, but then the road is illuminated by a purple light. The light pulses twice, there's a distant snapping sound, and the smell of ozone, and then Blackbird appears before them, unharmed.
Interesting.
He says that he's anomalous, of course, like most of the Overseers.
Right.
And he offers to show them what he can do, and tell them where he's from. They begin following him, and they notice the sky changing, becoming a deep, rich purple.
Okay. I'm trying to think of where this would tie into. I wonder if this... I got to hear a little bit more, but it's reminding me of... I think it's the Red Lake or whatever, where like they went into this like red anomalous lake, and as you went down far enough, you went into another dimension or something like that. So I'm wondering if he's like from that dimension. Obviously he's from some other dimension or some other reality, but anyway.
The landscape begins changing as well, into a cobblestone street in a city they don't recognize.
Or is he from Alamogordo?
The sky changes again into a sullen gray, and it begins drizzling. He says that this is where he's from, London, the last city on Earth. In this world, the Black Death hit very hard, and a fellow came along who told everyone he had a cure, but it wasn't exactly the plague he was curing. In Calvin's world, the SCP Foundation has this individual contained, as SCP-049, of course. But he's much different in this world. In time, every city eventually fell until London was the only one left. He explains...
So is this the... are they talking about the plague doctor who's trying to cure the pestilence?
that he can step between different realities at will, and when he was younger, living in this cursed world, he dreamed of living in a happier place. He began hearing a voice from another reality, which turned out to be an alternate reality version of himself, and he followed it. The multiple versions of himself began seeking out other versions of himself until they had gathered all of them, and they unified into a single entity.
Interesting, okay.
Now, when one version of him dies, another steps in to take its place. He also says that there's another person out there like him, named Allison. I've only mentioned this character once before, in my Serpent's Hand video, as she commonly goes by the title of the Black Queen, said to be the daughter of Dr. Gears.
Right.
It's said that there are thousands of Black Queens, which corroborates what Blackbird is saying. The two have a deal going, where she keeps him informed of things, and he shows up anytime she needs a little muscle. Blackbird understands what they're doing, but he doesn't want it to happen, because he doesn't want to risk losing touch with all the different versions of himself. To try and dissuade them, he offers them a way out, but assures them it's a legitimate one, not like the deals the other overseers offered. In front of them are 3 doors, and standing in front of each door are 3 identical men. Realizing that they weren't going to get anywhere by shooting him, they each stepped through a door.
Okay.
Adam wakes up in a comfortable room, with a small fireplace burning.
So is he showing them different realities where they could have the life they want, essentially, kind of a situation?
And something delicious cooking in the next room. Blackbird appears and tells him he's in Portland, Oregon, as his family briefly stayed here when he was younger. They had been seeking asylum here, but they were denied, leading
Wonder if this is part of the 3 Portlands thing or something?
them to the mountain village. But in this world, they were successfully granted asylum. In this world, his parents are still alive, living in Los Angeles, but he stayed here because it felt like home. He's interrupted by a voice coming from the other room, revealed to be Calvin. Blackbird reveals that he knows Adam loves Calvin, and in this world, they ended up married. Blackbird leaves him by saying that this is a life he can live without fear, a life that is his own. Olivia walks through her door and ends up getting salty water in her face, as she's on the edge of a yacht. In the center of the deck is an easel, a rack of art supplies, and a half-finished painting. Blackbird appears, saying that this is her boat, and she has nothing to worry about in this world except the easel and the sea. She's not
Kind of an artist's dream almost, yeah, just being able to freely create your art whenever you want to, however you want to, and have that kind of life.
convinced enough by this.
I mean, yeah, these do sound like too good to be true scenarios so far. And then, like, are these situations where he's just creating fabricated realities that aren't real? But then again, what really is real,
And a muscular man comes up on deck from below, whom Olivia seems to recognize as someone named Tevin. Blackbird has been watching Olivia for some time, and knows that Tevin is a former lover and an anomalous artist himself. And in her world, she accidentally killed him during a Foundation raid. In this world, there was no accident, and she can take this boat anywhere she wants with him, living a worry-free life.
Yeah. They just sound too good to be true scenarios.
Calvin steps into a grassy field, surrounded by woods, recognizing it as a place near the lake where he lost his mother. He and Blackbird watch as a young Calvin walks with his mother near the lake, and bodies begin to appear, causing Calvin's mother to step towards the water. Blackbird says that the reason Calvin didn't save his mother was because he was a scared boy, but now he has the chance. He's shocked, however, when the young Calvin turns to look at them, and then looks to the tree line, where a figure is standing, holding a tube. Blackbird recoils as adult Calvin approaches and takes the tube from the figure.
So did he create his own paradox where he gets this?
Opens it, and a pair of glasses tumble out, with the name A. Bright inlaid. Adam Bright.
Yeah.
Blackbird cries out, asking why the figure would throw all of their endeavors to waste, saying that at least he tried to fix the problem. Calvin realizes that Blackbird was trying to show them each their ideal world.
Yeah.
And asks why he wouldn't be satisfied by this one. Blackbird says that the other two wanted things that can be reasonably achieved, but all Calvin wants to do is kill the Foundation, all because of this moment. Despite being given the choice to change his life for the better, Calvin is still choosing violence.
So again, going back to that theme of choice and the idea of, do you really even have a choice?
He puts on the glasses that the figure gave him, and sees that Blackbird is, in actuality, a horrific bird creature covered in rotting flesh, with a swirling mass of faces howling from inside of it. Calvin says that his mother died long ago because of monstrosities like Blackbird, and Blackbird finally decides to leave this reality. The figure tells Calvin to turn the tube over, and two more objects pop out. One is a fishing rod with the words Dr. Wondertainment's interdimensional line and lure emblazoned on the side.
Okay.
And the other is a wiffle ball bat with the words Bird Be Gone by Dado written on it. Dr. Wondertainment you should be familiar with.
Right.
But Dado is a somewhat comical and mysterious individual responsible for creating a handful of SCP.
I haven't heard that yet.
Calvin uses the rod to snag Blackbird, pulling both of them to a different location, a wrecked cargo ship, SCP-455, and Calvin proceeds to begin beating Blackbird with the bat. Blackbird flees through different realities and different locations as Calvin follows him. They visit a Foundation site as a doctor.
Does he have to go through all these different realities where these other versions of him are from and kill him an infinite number of times in order to actually kill this, overseer? That would be infuriating.
Dr. Kondraki rides SCP-682 through a lobby, as depicted in the tale, Duke Till Dawn, and they visit the dead world of SCP-2935, as well as several others. In each place, Calvin begins to notice a young girl, holding up her hand and counting down with her fingers. Finally, the girl reaches her hand out to Calvin, and he grabs it, causing the three of them to land at the base of a large shaft, with a massive machine near them exerting great pressure on them. Blackbird recognizes the young girl as Allison, the Black Queen, and demands to know what she's doing here. She tells him that she's done working with him, as what he's been doing is too unnatural. He replies that it doesn't matter, as she can't stop him. She says that he can, and powers down the machine, revealing the entity from Part 3.
Ah.
Calvin charges at Blackbird with a bat, beating him closer to the entity. The entity asks Blackbird if he's an overseer, to which, of course, he responds yes, demanding to be released.
But then he's just gonna kill him.
Blackbird seems to have no knowledge of this entity, and it says that he has committed immeasurable crimes. Blackbird cries out that the only thing he's done is offer a way out. The entity says that this is the only way out, and wipes Blackbird from existence. Allison turns the machine back on, and tells Calvin that she had been searching for this entity for years, and this is the only reality where it exists.
Interesting. Okay. Which would then answer the other questions that I had and the council members had. The reason why the reason why this reality hasn't already been collapsed is because this is the literal only reality where this entity exists. So other O5 councils and other realities and other universes never met this entity and were never presented with the choice for him to wipe out other realities and save theirs, because this is the only one he's ever existed in. So again, the like probability of that is astronomically impossible. It's a number that we probably couldn't fathom if they could actually calculate it. So that's pretty interesting.
She wanted to undo the damage that Blackbird had done, as she doesn't think he was evil, but he just never did anything about the injustices he witnessed. In this reality, the entity had killed everybody in the world except for itself, and Allison sticks around just to keep the machine running. Calvin asks if she knows what Blackbird showed Olivia and Adam, but Allison just says that taking them from where they are now would be a cruelty.
So they made the choice to stay in those realities. So essentially everything else is left up to him now.
Next, we see Calvin, Olivia, and Adam together on the tarmac of a small airport. Another member of Delta Command arrives and sees that they all look rough. Olivia and Adam shaken, and Calvin injured from his encounter. It seems Calvin had pulled them out, despite Allison's comment. They board a plane and head off. 9 down, 4 to go.
So he did just pull them out of their realities anyway.
Elsewhere, Siegel is at a Foundation facility, descending down an elevator shaft until reaching a shallow pool of red liquid, and 4 figures lying in it.
Okay.
He enters a command, and the figures are raised out of the liquid, and he informs them that there are 3 insurgency agents that have gotten their hands on some powerful artifacts. They have killed 7 overseers, and the ambassador has gone missing, their next likely target. He tells them to...
I guess the question also would be, right, like they have SCP-2000, and this was even mentioned in the previous video with the archivist, and that she had, you know, been around potentially for multiple end of the world scenarios and has used it to restart things. So like, is it a situation where is that SCP like the center of everything and will recreate even the universe or whatever kind of a scenario, you know? Is it like that powerful? But beyond that, wouldn't... I guess that also then begs the question of consciousness and souls and yada yada, but like, wouldn't they just be able to use, like, as each overseer is killed, wouldn't they just be able to make another version of them from SCP-2000 as well? You know what I mean? So wouldn't they have to go and like shut that facility down or take that facility over in order to prevent other copies of the oversight or of the overseers being made? You know? But then again, like I said, that begs the question of, you know, if copies being made, is the overseer's soul being put back into them? Their memories, is it really them? Blah, blah, blah. Anyway, let's continue.
To find them, bring them back alive if possible, and bring back the spear and the journal. He speaks to a screen with an ominous symbol on it, telling it to show them where they can be found. He finishes by telling the figures to be his red right hand. referring to them as Irantu, Munru, Nanku, and Anru. You might know them better as MTF Tau 5.
I don't know the names of them, but I know I have gone through some of the MTFs before, so I assume this is like the super task force.
Samsara. 054, the ambassador, is probably the least involved of the overseers in the Foundation's secretive efforts. Born in Iran before emigrating to France, he became a French actor of some acclaim before joining the Foundation, although those activities have since been expunged. He's said to be anomalously charismatic, but Agent U says there's no evidence to prove that. He acts as the frontman for the Foundation's PR efforts,
Gotcha.
anytime they need a public face for speaking to various governments or corporations. Sources indicate he was responsible for drawing American attention away from Mexico during the Broken God incident, but
Interesting.
overall he tends to maintain as little responsibility within the Foundation as possible. In the flashback, the Overseers are sitting around a table discussing the spear of the non-believer, which they have finally recovered thanks to 059. In the tomb where they found it, there had been some books written in the Davite language.
I wonder, is the tomb they found it in the tomb of Abel? If that's part of that whole situation as well with Abel and Cain.
Probably by Davite captives. The text implies that the spear possibly predates even the Davites, and it was considered a legendary weapon even to them.
Damn.
The Overseers discuss the concept of killing a god.
Well, I mean, because the serpent in the previous video said that this spear could have been forged before even knowledge existed, right? Something along those lines. I'd have to watch it again. So it's like, then if that's the case, then yeah, that's like, this is something that was forged before the like existence of like most of anything, right?
Using a weapon, with 0513, death, assuring them that it is indeed possible.
So could they then in fact kill death with this, you know, if they wanted to, so that things just couldn't die, you know?
059 recounts a myth, saying that when God first smote Lucifer, a shard of his crown fell to the earth, where it was found by Cain. Cain then used that shard to kill his brother,
Kill Abel.
not a rock, and then used his bones to create the spear. They move on to discussing where to keep the spear, as their current location won't do. A phone rings, and Siegel picks it up, speaking in hushed tones before hanging up. He then says that Sophia will take it away, out of time, and he hands the spear to her.
Gotcha. Okay.
She flickers before disappearing, and the Overseers suddenly realize that the spear was never there at all. In the present, Calvin's team...
Interesting. Okay. So Sophia, who I'm assuming they're saying is this Black Queen of the Serpent's Hand, took the spear out of time, thus removing it from time, so it never existed for them. And then I guess is she the one that gives it to Calvin?
is on a plane, watching a television as a newsreel states that French billionaire Jean Bertrand, the ambassador, cancels an appearance at a festival due to security concerns. They hear then from another member of Delta Command that the ambassador canceled his appearance because he called them and asked to have a meeting to discuss terms. Apparently, he intends to surrender, as he sees the light at the end of the tunnel.
Interesting.
It seems like a trap, but he
Yeah.
says he's willing to stand trial. He just doesn't want to die. He's willing to resign and give some information, including the location of the all-seeing eye, which we'll understand more about soon.
Okay.
The member of Delta Command he spoke to, Priscilla.
So Sauron is indeed a member of the O5 Council. Okay.
Plans to meet him tonight and bring him back to Delta Command for further questioning. After finding out where they're meeting, the Delta member with Calvin's team, Sloan, says that Priscilla is in over her head, as the ambassador is notoriously anomalously charismatic and he wants to go with Calvin to the meeting. Adam and Olivia are still not in great shape, so they are going to get sent back to Delta. The group arrives in Johannesburg, South Africa, and they see a plane that they identify as Foundation owned. They meet up with a few other insurgency agents and head into the airport to find Priscilla sitting in a meeting room with the ambassador. Priscilla is extremely angry to see Sloan, but he introduces himself to the ambassador, who Calvin notes is unusually handsome, with a laugh like music and falling water.
So I would assume that means that he's somehow anomalously changed, like his appearance is anomalous in some way. Like he's too handsome, he's too charismatic, yada yada. I assume that, yeah, he's either through some kind of mind control or anomalous other properties or whatever, he's like maybe able to make people see what they expect to see from him or something, or the best version of him. Interesting.
Sloan also introduces him to Calvin, whom the ambassador seems to be wary around, but shakes his hand. The ambassador says that Calvin's actions have destabilized the Foundation, and he values his own longevity over any ideology. He also says that he possesses an acute ability to read people, even large groups, but there is something massive moving within the Foundation, something very powerful, growing stronger every day. Calvin presumes it to be Siegel, and the ambassador says that that is most likely, and he is not eager to stand between this power and its goal, preferring to see it snuffed out. He knows the location of Overwatch Command, the location of many Foundation black sites, practical knowledge about the Foundation, and is willing to assist the insurgency in cleaning up their mess after it's over. They are suddenly interrupted by shouting in the distance, and the sound of bullets coming from powerful automatic weapons.
Yeah, the task force is coming after him.
They begin fleeing the meeting room, dragging the ambassador with them, and the airport is now fully evacuating. An explosion erupts from the airport, and Calvin turns to see 4 figures emerging from the smoke. Humans, but otherworldly, covered in heavy armor and carrying heavy weapons. They begin sprinting towards Calvin, opening fire on him. Calvin ducks for cover as insurgency agents intercept Samsara. As Calvin continues running, he witnesses Samsara decimating the insurgency agents, one of them lifting an agent up and putting her flamethrower to his face, and another tearing a steel support pillar out of a wall and skewering 2 agents with it.
Okay, well, these guys definitely are on another level.
Another Samsara member takes aim with a rifle and removes Priscilla's head. Sloan, Calvin, and the ambassador continue fleeing as they make it out onto the tarmac.
What are they gonna do against these dudes then? Like, I guess unless they're able to use the spear against them in some way, that's the only thing that I can think of. But like, it seems like they're outclassed for sure in a normal combat situation.
Sloan is killed by a hail of gunfire, and Calvin attempts to urge on the ambassador, who is now curled into a fetal position on the ground.
Rip.
Suddenly, speakers around the airport crackle into life, and a childlike, unnatural voice comes out of them, saying, "Irantu, not the insurgent. Bring me the insurgent. Kill the traitor." The voice continues to speak the word traitor, as Irantu lands near the ambassador after a jump from 3 stories up. The ambassador attempts to flee again, but Irantu shatters one of his legs with a stomp. Irantu then lifts him by his hair and slaughters him with a hatchet, finished by tearing his skull in half.
Okay.
Sloan's plane, which was carrying Olivia and Adam, takes off, but is quickly shot down by one of the Samsara members. Calvin watches in horror before Irantu slams a closed fist into his face, and he blacks out. 10 down, 3 to go. 053 is known as the Kid, thanks to the single image connected to 053, featuring a very young Korean child. Despite this, very, very little is known about 053, and no one has ever actually seen them. They always appear through an avatar on screens, speaking with a digitally constructed voice.
Hmm.
In the Foundation, 053 is known as the All-Seeing Eye, commonly believed to be sitting at the center of the Foundation's intelligence network.
Interesting.
The Foundation seems to have a nearly limitless amount of intel on anomalous entities and groups, information that shouldn't be obtainable by natural means. Agent U writes that he has seen Foundation agents lurking around the sites of anomalous activity before anything has happened, and has seen agents working to supplant world leaders prior to massive unrest that they could not have possibly predicted, thanks to the All-Seeing Eye. Agent U writes that a decade ago, a town in the northwest United States had been having energy issues, shortly after the construction of a hydroelectric dam that should have helped alleviate those issues. Ever since then, heat signatures near that dam have been significantly high, coming deep from within the structure. Agent U also cautions that the All-Seeing Eye will be protected by a new team of Terminators.
So it seems like they have some kind of base that's being run by some kind of hydroelectric dam, I guess. But yeah, he's got this super, Space Marine Astartes hit squad or whatever that's protecting him.
That are not entirely human.
Oh shit.
A little late, unfortunately. In a flashback, we see Siegel entering an infirmary where Sophia, 052, is laying on a hospital bed, near dead. Green says that she is dying because she was hung up with silk nails, making her cursed. Siegel recounts the time when Sophia first told him what she could do, dancing through time, as she called it. Then one day she disappeared, and when she returned, her wrists were punched through with dark iron nails, and her side had been skewered. 0513 had warned them that the nails were old and dangerous, and something would end up happening to her blood. The Overseers could protect themselves from diseases, but curses were something quite different. Blackbird had prescribed some treatments, but her condition was still worsening, as he could only delay the inevitable. He says that those nails were not designed for someone who survived a crucifixion. Now she has only hours to live, days at most. Blackbird reminds Siegel that a certain contract could protect Sophia, but Siegel is hesitant.
How they get into the contract?
He wonders if the others have made Sophia's condition worse just to bring him to this decision point. And he hesitates because Sophia had been against the contract. He finally makes his decision and summons the Avatar of Death, signing the contract, and signs for Sophia as well, before the other 11 Overseers sign. Death disappears with a mocking laughter, and Sophia wakes up, expressing her disappointment and sadness to Siegel. In the present, Calvin awakes in a small room.
This story with the O5 council members, it's as we're going more and more along, it's almost seeming very kind of Metal Gear Solid-ish, with essentially the shadow organization that's really running the planet, that has all these powers, and that's all tied back to things that happened from earlier in history, and they have this small team of people are going through uncovering this and are trying to essentially assassinate them, whatever. I don't know, it feels very kind of Metal Gear Solid-ish as more and more as we're going along here. But I'm enjoying it so far. It's very interesting and fascinating story, and I'm wondering what it's going to culminate into, because it also seems to be tying into potentially the foundations of reality and biblical things with God and creation and obviously the death and all kinds of shit here. But so far there's not really any clear picture as to what this Ouroboros cycle is, other than I guess I don't know. just the potential cycle of like universal destruction and rebirth. And is it something that is like, I guess, like, is Calvin at the end, is he going to destroy the SCP Foundation that unravels the universe, but then has the potential to create a new universe with his certain ideologies or something like that? You know what I mean? And is that part of the cycle? Like whoever gets to that end goal, they're able to recreate reality or recreate creation in whatever image they deem, and then that's what the cycle is. And then eventually, again, like another SCP Foundation will come along and they will abuse their power and etc etc, and the cycle will repeat itself. I don't know,
with the screen next
until like things get to a point of like, I don't want to say perfection, but until things are done right. You know, I don't know. That's the only thing I can really think of at the moment. I mean, the idea of the Ouroboros is, you know, the serpent eating itself. So like that doesn't necessarily, I guess, fit the theme, other than the fact that the SCP Foundation essentially becomes its own destruction because of its own corruption and needing to be destroyed. They, and in the end, destroy themselves. Anyway.
to the door. The screen displays a rotating Foundation symbol with a red dot in the center, and the speaker crackles to life, speaking in a voice similar to a child's, but more like something approximating what a child sounds like.
Yeah, I wonder if this is like an AI situation.
The voice says that it has brought Calvin to where it lives, along with his friends. It assures Calvin that it didn't kill his friends, unlike him killing the voice's friends. Calvin asks who it is, and music begins playing from the speaker, a distorted mashup of pop music. And at the end, he hears a recorded conversation between him and Anthony from months ago. He hears himself say that 051 and 052 are holed up in Site-01, but the kid's whereabouts are unknown. Calvin now knows he's speaking to the kid, who says that he knows that Calvin wants to kill him, along with his mother and father, and he doesn't want him to do that. He also refers to 057 as Mrs. Green, and that she said people that kill like him are evil. The screen goes dark.
It does seem almost kind of AI-ish, right? With, I guess, it having like a childlike sense of, I guess, morality and view on the world.
And the door to the room unlocks. Calvin steps outside into a long, dark hallway and begins walking towards a light. The voice comes back, telling Calvin that he knows who he is, where he was born, where he grew up, how many breaths he's taken in his life,
Good
and
Lord.
how many times he's blinked. Before the kid was born, there was another 053 named Anderson, who built impossible machines.
Mr. Anderson.
His greatest creation was SCP-2003, a machine that could see the future. But Anderson,
Which I assume is supposed to be tying with like the robotics, Anderson robotics, right?
had no passion for it, instead focusing on his thinking machines. So he left the council. Mrs. Green suggested that since the accountant and Blackbird can see the general shape of the future, why not make a machine that can see everything instead? Calvin continues down the hallway, reaching an elevator as lights turn on, illuminating thousands of cylindrical tanks full of green liquid and holding humanoid shapes. The kid continues, saying that the stress of using that machine proved to be too much for people to handle, and they needed a pure, perfect, clean mind with no distractions. The kid was going to be sacrificed as part of the ritual for SCP-2845, the deer, but they instead hooked him up to the all-seeing eye, and ever since then, he's been watching.
Okay,
Calvin
interesting.
descends in the elevator as the kid tells him he knows that Calvin was recruited into the insurgency because the military discharged him for drunk driving and killing a woman. He is telling him this because he knows that Calvin believes he's on a righteous mission, just as Vincent Arians believed it, but only a pure mind should decide the fate of the world. He says that Calvin is waging an ideological war based on one study conducted by a disgraced former Foundation researcher with questionable results collected from dubious sources.
Okay.
He's been told several times that his path is founded not in reason, but in hate and ignorance. Yet he continues, and because of that, he is dangerous. Calvin enters the base of a massive shaft, and in the center is a cylindrical machine.
That's what she
with
said.
a screen bearing the same logo as before on its side. A platform descends, carrying Olivia and Adam, both bound. He steps towards them, but then sees Samsara as well, one of them pointing a rifle at him. The kid sentences the three of them to death for their crimes, and orders Irantu to execute them. As Irantu moves towards Calvin, he stops, as they both see a shimmering line in their air between them. The line opens up, revealing Allison, who is holding the Dr. Wondertainment fishing rod. She tells Calvin good luck and hands him the rod. He proceeds to cast it into the air, catching something unseen and pulling it into this reality.
Uh-oh.
A blast of intense heat, followed by cold, filled the room, and the Samsara member with the rifle took a shot at Calvin, but the bullet was stopped by a gruesome white hand. Emerging from a gap in the air was a horrific entity, vaguely humanoid with many legs.
A horrific white hand, a gruesome entity with many legs. I'm trying to think of what this is, but I'm not picturing what SCP this could be so far.
Arms and hands. In place of its head is a wide, flat disc adorned with flaming glyphs. One of the Samsara members swears, as they realize it's a familiar entity, one they fought before inside SCP-1730. Samsara becomes embroiled in a gruesome fight with the entity, and Calvin rushes over to free Olivia and Adam.
It's not one that I'm familiar with, 1730. That I can think of anyway off the top of my head. So that'll be one that I'll have to look up.
Members of Samsara start dying. They are quickly brought back, as the numerous tanks in the area hold copies of their bodies.
Yeah.
The team realizes that Samsara is drawing the entity away from the cylindrical machine in the center, and they decide to break into it. By this point, Foundation drones have emerged from the walls to help combat the entity, as well as keep the team away from the machine. Olivia uses her anomalous abilities and some paint to take out some of the drones and to create a shield as they move towards the machine.
Okay.
Adam begins hacking into a panel on the side of the machine,
Hacker Man.
and Olivia begins working on a way to deal with all the tanks containing Samsara bodies. She pulls out more paint and a paper circle, painting an intricate design on it before tossing it near the tanks. The air in the shaft gets sucked out of it as the disc becomes a portal into outer space. The drones, the pool of liquid containing the tanks, and one of Samsara get pulled into it before the entity approaches it and manages to pull the portal shut. It then begins tearing apart the rest of the tanks before killing the remaining 3 Samsara members. The entity then spasms briefly before disappearing.
Interesting.
The kid's voice returns, saying that he has had enough, no more tricks, and no more monsters. Calvin hears something spooling up, turning around to see a gun barrel extending from a wall, and doesn't have time to stop it as it fires a single bullet. Calvin looks towards Olivia as the bullet passes through the back of her skull and out between her eyes.
Rip.
Calvin screams and grabs the spear of the non-believer out of Adam's backpack, jamming it into the panel and through the machine. Another gun barrel appears, and Calvin is again too slow to stop it, as it fires a bullet into Adam's spine. Adam collapses, but Calvin continues prying into the machine with a frenzy
Like, I mean, Kuno, maybe he's in a position where he can't be hit by one of these guns, but it's like Calvin's the one that's obviously the main threat. Kill him first, right? Everything seems to be hinging around him. So you would think you'd want to go after him first, especially after he pulls out the spear, just trying to kill you with it. But anyway.
Eventually exposing the innards. Inside, in a glass tank, was a small, disfigured baby. Its eye sockets filled with white pus, its mouth and ears sewn shut, a Foundation symbol tattooed on its forehead,
Jesus.
attached by wires and hoses to the machine. A horrible screeching sound erupts from the machine's speakers, and Calvin uses the spear to smash the glass tank open. As the laughter begins spilling from the speakers, Calvin, filled with rage, throttles the disfigured baby with his bare hands until all that remains is a puddle of organs. He then turns to Adam, who can no longer feel his legs, and he picks up both Adam and Olivia's body. As he carries them out, he realizes the facility is flooding, and with the last of his energy, he makes it out onto the side of a hill. Adam nears death, and Calvin begins crying, before pulling out a vial of fountain water.
Ow.
Adam protests, his mouth full of blood, but Calvin insists he's not going to lose him too, and pours the water down his throat.
That's kind of fucked, man.
Adam instantly recovers, coughs up some blood, and pulls the bullet from his back. Calvin activates an insurgency transponder and tells Adam that it's time for him to finish it. Adam begs and pleads with Calvin not to go, admitting that he loves him, but Calvin simply picks up Olivia's body and begins walking away. Elsewhere, Siegel receives word from an AI that 053 is dead, and also learns that the spear of the non-believer was taken out of Foundation custody an indeterminate time ago, likely by 052, Sophia. Siegel had given her the same administrative access that he himself held, allowing her to remove all records of its removal. The AI informs him that she was last seen entering the garden, and Siegel grabs his coat, telling the AI to prepare his plane, as it's time to go home.
Okay. Again, we're getting to a new layer and a new bit of interest. Okay, so yeah, this baby was, I mean, that was pretty fucked, man. You know, this child who is going to be sacrificed to the deer that ends up being essentially the central processing unit to this machine that they wanted to create that is essentially able to see and predict everything. Well, I guess maybe not to predict everything, but is able to see everything. Everyone is connected to everything, hence the all-seeing eye. Damn, dude. And then, I mean, it was also protected by, you know, that squad of super soldiers. I mean, this is probably, so far, I mean, there's been a lot of very interesting and intriguing SCP stories. But this is one that I could see for sure being turned into an anime series, you know, a mini series, a live action mini series, or potentially a trilogy of movies or something like that. You know, this would be very intriguing to see in a cinematic format. It's very, very good, an in-depth story, and like I said, or I guess maybe even a game. I don't know. It like I said, it feels very Metal Gear Solid-ish to me. You know, I could see this being a plot to like a Metal Gear Solid game kind of a situation where you're going through and trying to discover and take out these council members, and you end up, you know, diving deeper into this anomalous world, and potentially that has connections to, you know, creation and the fabric of reality itself. And so, like, I wonder if this is going into, like, is 01 going to be Adam? Because they're talking about him having to go back to the garden, and then are we gonna see something from the Gate Guardian with that SCP? Is that like tied into this somehow? I don't know, but I think there's what, 2 members left, so let's see where this goes here.
11 down, 2 to go.
Yeah,
But now Calvin seems to be alone, outnumbered, and desperate.
yeah, and I mean the closest people to him have been injured or killed, so
We've already heard some things about 052, known as the Nazarene, but overall there's very little information on her, without even a journal entry from Agent U. Early Foundation documents put her as the head of the Department of Morality, but
Okay.
it doesn't appear if she ever served in that role. One source indicates her name comes from the fact that she's never seen without gloves, as it's said she's hiding scars from her crucifixion as Jesus of Nazareth,
oh,
although
interesting.
where that rumor came from is unknown. No flashbacks anymore, as Siegel races towards the entrance to the garden, facing down its guardian,
Yeah.
an unmoving, angelic entity holding a flaming sword.
Okay.
Siegel screams for it to step aside, but the guardian only raises its sword and lets loose a streak of flame towards 051. Siegel manages to roll out of the way and pulls out a thin metal rod, slamming it into the ground. This is a reality anchor, apparently a pretty unique one, as it manages to completely pacify the Gate Guardian, turning it into little more than a charred skeleton.
What?
Unfortunately, it also affected Siegel himself, as he had been influenced by anomalies as well, so he begins turning into a very, very old man. He manages to move far enough to escape the reality anchor's effect, returning him to his younger form as he enters the garden. The garden is an anomalous space, of course, endlessly large, but anyone within it is never far from wherever they want to be.
Okay.
Siegel soon finds himself at the Tree of Life Everlasting, a tree similar to the Tree of Life in the Wanderer's Library.
Right.
At the base of the tree is the corpse of Sophia Light, 052, her wrists slit open. Siegel drops to his knees next to her and cries out to Death to take him instead. His only answer is the continual fall of rain.
So she's already dead. Has she been dead? And how did she get in there past the Gate Guardian?
He sits next to her for hours before realizing there's a piece of paper in her hand. The note is addressed to him, and she explains that she no longer recognizes who she is and can't continue. She was the one who gave Calvin the fountain water and the spear, as she saw his path and how it led towards Siegel. She hoped that Calvin's crusade would break Siegel's convictions, and he would return to how Sophia used to know him. There is nothing standing between him and his convictions now, however, and although she hopes that he'll take the chance to walk away and live a normal life, she knows it changes nothing.
Yeah, I feel like it's too late at that point.
He will face Calvin, but she hopes that she'll see him again, perhaps waiting on that distant shore. Siegel balls up the note in anger and begins walking across the garden into a much darker, more desolate section. He comes to an impact crater a mile across and steps down into it, tears flooding down his face. At the epicenter of the crater, he finds the crumpled form of an angel where it had been resting for 10,000 years, and on its helm the words, Star of the Morning.
Lucifer.
This is Lucifer,
Yeah.
and Siegel picks up his golden sword, radiating with heat and power, and he suddenly disappears. 12 down.
So is he gonna go challenge God now? What the? What?
1 to go. Calvin is reading the journal, which says that Site 01 is located beneath a mountain, guarded by the Red Right Hand, accessible only by the overseers. He believes that the final 2 overseers can be located here, and finishes by writing that he will enjoy the distance he has put between the overseers and himself.
Okay, well, hold up. Before we go any further, I kind of want to process that whole thing. So, he's able to get past the Gate Guardian by using some kind of special reality anchor, and that turns the Gate Guardian into ash and him into an old man until he gets far enough away from it. He then enters the garden, which is an anomalous space. And so, like, well, I guess, is it supposed to be, I'm wondering, so, like, did God create this Eden as a place that was supposed to be for man to create whatever they wanted, you know, kind of a situation? Then obviously the apple was eaten and we were cast out of Eden. What does the apple represent as far as the, you know, anomalous, etc., etc.? I guess, you know, maybe forbidden knowledge you're not supposed to have. Anyway, but that's also a place where Lucifer landed after being cast down out of heaven and is essentially there dead, is what it seems like. And so he's taken up his golden sword. I don't know. Is this going to get into why Lucifer rebelled against God to begin with? Is there some kind of corruption at the center of God in creation that Lucifer was trying to change? I have no idea. This is starting to, I don't know. This could go in a lot of different ways. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. And I guess just continue and see where the story is going to end up.
To do otherwise would no doubt bring upon yourself a devastating end.
All right, so yeah, he's looking for this last place that is only allowed access by the overseers, and if you go there and you're not allowed entrance, it's going to be bad.
Yours most truthfully, Ukulele. You probably know Agent Ukulele better as Dr. Clef.
Dr. Clef, okay.
Calvin was sitting on the side of a mountain, looking across to the entrance of Site-01. He had destroyed his phone to avoid distractions from the insurgency, and left Olivia's body in a cave nearby, promising to come back for her. Leaving the journal and grabbing the spear, he approached the steel doors at the entrance to the site, seeing nor hearing a soul. He pushed against one of the doors, which effortlessly swung open. Stepping into the site, Calvin sees that he's in a massive chamber, surrounded by tunnels and staircases, with an elevator in the center requiring a key to activate. On the far end of the chamber is a heavy wooden door, with its frame covered in images. The images depict a race of humanoids riding giant tree creatures, SCP-1000, a massive machine laying dormant beneath the earth, SCP-2000.
2000, yeah.
Dark and empty eyes, SCP-3000, and the faces of animals without names, SCP-4000, along with many others. In the doorway, however, was a man, easily 2 meters tall, and wrapped in metallic plates. Wires and tubes ran across the plates, and at first Calvin wasn't sure it was a man at all, but there were human eyes behind his helmet. The man introduces himself as Purpose, the Red Right Hand, the will of the Foundation. Calvin senses something very familiar about the man, and asks if he knows him. The man says, to know him is to know the Foundation. His words are its words, and his voice are its voice. Calvin remembers a dashing young Foundation agent named Lament, and asks him, what now? The man has been tasked with protecting this sanctum until 051 returns, but then says that he is here, and steps aside. As Calvin passes the man, He asks if anyone else will be joining them, and then says to make sure no one does, which the man replies with, "As you wish." Calvin passes through a dark tunnel into a room filled with screens showing camera footage of a multitude of Foundation facilities. A large screen on the wall lights up and begins showing moments from Calvin's life. Being sent to a youth detention facility, joining the military, being approached by the insurgency, his first meeting with
All of these things were predetermined almost, is what I'm getting at here.
Anthony, with Olivia,
He's been watched this whole
with
time.
Adam, and scenes of the events we've recently seen. Calvin begins experiencing a sickly feeling, seeing himself not pushing forward through these events, but instead being pulled along by a
being
string.
like guided, essentially.
The end of the string is in this room, where Siegel is sitting in front of the screen. Calvin asks him to confirm if he's 051, and then asks about 052, to which Siegel doesn't respond. Calvin opens fire on Siegel, but the bullets dissolve before reaching him, so he pulls out the spear instead. Siegel begins laughing, saying that Calvin traveled across a lifetime just to get here, so he could kill him with a spear, and he doesn't even know why he is here. Calvin repeats his goal of killing the Overseers so that the Foundation dies and the universe can begin to heal. Siegel stands up and says that the two are alike, both spurred forward by conviction, and both led to this spot. In a
I wonder if this is gonna somehow end up being like one is Cain and one is Abel or something. I don't know.
billion worlds in a billion universes, they would both always find each other here, as two unstoppable forces hurtling towards each other. He pulls out the golden, flaming sword, and says that either Calvin's convictions will be broken today, or his own. The two commence a duel, each bearing
I can't help but laugh at that. That's a pretty awesome depiction of, Anakin versus Obi-Wan here.
a legendary weapon beyond the understanding
Probably looks something like this.
of mortals. I'll spare the details of summarizing a fight scene, but each combatant gets some nicks on the other, and the room begins to melt from the fire of Siegel's sword. Siegel says that Calvin is an incredible testament to the will of the insurgency, and a younger version of him would have been envious. When he was younger, he made costly mistakes, believing that those mistakes happened because his resolve wasn't strong enough. But now, Calvin's resolve is every bit as strong, and here he is, making the same mistakes. Calvin replies that he is nothing like Siegel, as Siegel engineered the insurgency and then betrayed it. Siegel informs him that he was never the engineer. Vincent Arians was, and Arians wrote the Summa Modus Operandi. He betrayed the insurgency because a moment came where he had to balance his ideals against something horrible, and his ideals were not strong enough. He's going to kill Calvin because he's worried that Calvin's will is stronger than his was, and Calvin will stand where he did many years ago. The fight continues, but soon Calvin uses the spear to shatter the golden sword, skewering Siegel. The fire in the room goes out, and Calvin approaches the dying Siegel, telling him that the world can begin to heal again now. Siegel says that he thought the same thing, but he was wrong, and he's sorry that Arians died thinking he had been betrayed. The cancer isn't the overseers, or the administrator. It's the Foundation itself. Calvin tells him he's going downstairs to finish things, as this is the way it ends. But Siegel says that it's not.
Just the beginning.
Calvin turns to go activate the nuclear devices located at each Foundation facility, and Siegel dies. Calvin approaches the man named Purpose again, and asks him to take him to the room where he can unmake the Foundation. Purpose inserts a key into the elevator, but places a hand on Calvin's shoulder, telling him that once he goes down, there is no going back, and the decision made cannot be unmade. Calvin nods and descends. At the bottom, Calvin enters a well-furnished room with a window outlooking the mountain range, A number of screens are on, showing the deaths of various overseers at Calvin's hands. On a rich wooden desk in the center is the Foundation terminal and a black metal rotary phone. Calvin logs into the terminal using both an iris scanner and a fingerprint scanner. The screens then...
So, how would he be able to have access if, he wasn't already in the database? You know what I'm saying? Like, how would he be able to, with his own iris and ID or whatever, be able to get into something that is at the core of the SCP Foundation to destroy it if he wasn't already, like, programmed to be in there?
And changed to show a number of different Foundation sites, and on the main monitor a single option appears: terminate. As Calvin is about to confirm the order, the phone on the desk rings. On the fifth ring, something instinctual inside of him picks up the call and says hello. A man's voice comes over the phone, sounding both far away and close, and the man congratulates Calvin on his initiative, telling him that he is the man that Calvin has been trying to kill, the Administrator. A primal fear begins growing in Calvin, and he says that that's not possible, since Siegel killed the Administrator. The voice chuckles and says that Siegel killed a man named Frederick Williams, a man who was just tugging upon frayed strings, unraveling the universe. Frederick Williams had planted a seed that grew into the Foundation, and although he died, the seed did not. The Administrator is a signature on a document, a suit in a boardroom, a voice on the phone. The Administrator exists because of the Foundation, and the Foundation exists because of him. In short, the Administrator is a conscious anomaly created by Frederick Williams when he began tugging on the strings of the universe. And to know its nature is to know the nature of the Foundation. Siegel had rejoined the Foundation not because he got a better deal, but because he wanted to finish the job and destroy the Foundation by destroying the Administrator. Calvin came along and killed Siegel, the only man standing between the Administrator and all of creation. But then he picked up the phone at the desk, because someone always picks up the phone. The Administrator says that Calvin could walk away, or even hit that button, causing billions to die from the aftermath, but the Administrator would still be here. The Administrator is the consciousness of the Foundation, the cancer, as Calvin would put it, and now there is no one to stop his spread. Calvin says that the Overseers were evil, but the Administrator says that Calvin's belief that he's been in the moral right is his greatest failing. There were a few bad Overseers, but most of them were just flawed individuals trying to do an impossible job.
Right.
But Calvin only considered them to be evil, and justified their murders that way. According to the Administrator, there is no good, and there is no evil.
Just opposite points of view or different points of view or whatever.
It says that perhaps Calvin will find a way to kill it, even though Siegel couldn't. And sometimes, if he tries very hard, Calvin might convince himself he's doing the right thing. The Administrator finishes the call by telling him to cheer up, as their work is only just beginning. Calvin sees a memory in his mind of when Siegel was sitting in his position, holding the phone and looking at Vincent Arians, who was pointing a gun at him and Sophia. Arians begs Siegel to leave with him and to leave behind Sophia, who brought them here. Siegel is speechless as he contemplates what the Administrator just told him, and he finally tells Arians that he can't. Arians leaves in a rage, unable to kill Siegel, and unaware of what Siegel had learned. The memory fades, and Calvin finds himself sitting alone at the desk as the phone begins to ring. On the 7th ring, Calvin picks it up. In the epilogue, we get another list of files for the 13 Overseers, but the first 12 are blank, only reading the word vacant. The file for 051 gives the name the usurper, formerly Calvin Lucian.
Mm-hmm.
Much later, Calvin meets with the new Foundation site director, who is pleased to host the overseers at Site 108. All of the other overseers have already arrived, except for 052. Calvin enters the site and meets with a response team responsible for overseeing the aftermath of a plane crash, resulting in 11 deaths and the theft of a few anomalies. The Chaos Insurgency is claiming responsibility for the crash by posting a video on a website called The Knights of Truth. Calvin clears the room and sits down to watch it. In the video, a man appears sitting at a table. Adam, now a muscular, hardened man, with an ornate jar placed in front of him. Adam speaks to his brothers and sisters of the reborn insurgency, and how they have scored a great victory over those who would seek to undermine their reality. They have sent a clear message to the tyrants in their ivory tower, and their strength and influence is growing. Adam says that they will continue to sink their ships and derail their trains in order to undo their damage and make the world whole again. Adam smashes the jar, releasing green smoke into the air, and says that he knows Calvin is watching. The deaths the insurgency caused are Calvin's fault, and Calvin should not feel safe, as he has become his red right hand. He has seen the puppet that Calvin is parading around as an overseer, but it is not Olivia. He finishes by calling Calvin a coward and a traitor, and he will make him suffer, as he is vengeance and wrath.
Thus the cycle will start again.
An hour later, Calvin meets with the other overseers, each newly appointed to their positions. Calvin goes down the list, appointing each overseer to different departments, and eventually reaches 052, Olivia, who is replacing the former 0513 as the head of the Department of Occult Studies. Calvin doesn't look to the figure on his right as he says this. That night, Calvin works on his computer, filing away the most recent insurgency video into an organized collection. He begins writing a text document, compiling all the papers, images, transcripts of conversations taken by the all-seeing eye, and creates a single document that would tell the whole story. It's this document we've been reading this entire time, and he's creating it as a reminder to himself, and to whomever comes after him, of the work that needs to be done, that containment of 001 is the Foundation's highest priority. A figure enters his room, but he can't look at it, as he knows who it is. Calvin wonders how could he explain to the next usurper to make them understand. He had been wrong. It was never the Council or the anomalies. It's the very essence of the Foundation
itself.
The Administrator is the goal of the Foundation personified, to capture and contain anomalies at any cost, and anyone trying to stop the Administrator gets caught up in continuing that goal. Perhaps there is a way to stop the Administrator, destroy the Foundation, and allow the world to heal. But as it currently stands, the Foundation is caught in a cycle. To know the nature of SCP-001 is to know the nature of the Foundation. Calvin closes his laptop and asks Olivia if she's ready for bed, but she sits.
It's almost the kind of like the situation of like, to know the face of God is to know true madness, you know? And I feel like that's kind of the play on this, and maybe that's kind of where some of the biblical references kind of come into this, in that kind of essence. But so the idea is that, you know, the SCP Foundation itself is an anomaly, and if no one is there to kind of guide or contain it or restrain it, it will run wild and do whatever it wants. And so it's not the people running it, it's the actual Foundation itself. And you can't really understand or know what that is and or what it is until you're in Calvin's position. And so everyone's stuck in this cycle of betrayal, vengeance, murder, understanding, etc., etc.
Sits unmoving, letting out a croaking sound as she calls his name. Calvin had made a deal with death to bring her back.
Yeah, to bring her
back. But
back.
she had not been the same.
Yeah.
She sits there unmoving all night, and Calvin does not sleep either. In the morning, she's gone, and Calvin sits at his desk as the phone begins to ring, as it had so many times before. And as he had so many times before, 051 answered. Obviously, the way it ends and the entire Ouroboros cycle is a very lengthy and polarizing story.
Right.
At the end of the day, however, that's what it is. A story. While you can take the events here as canon within the Foundation universe, you certainly don't have to. Although there are plot holes, plot inconsistencies,
for sure,
contradictions with other canons, and a large helping of references and...
I mean, every, like, the longer a story is, the more potential for plot holes and other various things to happen. You know, and plot armor situations. Like, again, like, Calvin could have... It sounds like when he was at 03 could have easily just shot Calvin and killed him and ended the threat, but didn't. Because it seems like Calvin was meant to do that. And there's obviously a lot of situations where Calvin should have or could have died, but was helped by others miraculously.
Over-the-top action, it's truly rare to see a story within the Foundation universe of this scope and magnitude.
True.
DJ Cactus has contributed a lot to the SCP world, but he considers this to be his magnum opus, and it's hard to disagree. Throughout these videos, we've talked a lot about the ends justifying the means, and what that entails for different people, groups, and the world at large. Ultimately, though, to quote Dr. Manhattan, nothing ever ends.
See what the quote is here, and then I'll give my final thoughts. Walk away right now, and nobody but you and me would ever know that you were here. You'd even press that button and see what that means for the Foundation. Calvin could feel a creeping smile forming on the lips of the disembodied voice, and then in a few minutes, the phone would ring again and again and again, and no one would answer. No one would tell them what to do. Mr. Lucian, when these sites are broken open and the monsters inside are loosed from their cages, billions will die, and then more. The voice laughed again, and I'll still be here. The Administrator, SCP-01. So, and I mean, there is the idea of doing that, walking away and letting that reality happen. And maybe that's what needs to happen to break the cycle. But, you know, can you live with that? And then, yeah, what does that mean with just the Administrator in charge of that without, I guess, humanity behind it to guide it, restrain it, whatever? Then the question is this SCP Administrator God? Is that also part of, like, these tie-ins? And is that what was happening, like, with Lucifer, I guess? That whole bit with that. Did, you know, Lucifer... Was Lucifer the first one to start this cycle and try to remove the SCP Administrator and or God from this, and then failed and was cast out, and that's why it was dead there, you know? And was the spear forged, you know, by God at the beginning or whatever to perpetuate this cycle as part of its plan for the person like Calvin to come forward and use it as a weapon to destroy his enemies to get to that place so that they could then become the new, you know, center of the SCP Council. You know what I mean? It really just seems like, honestly, the first three stories are just kind of there as like things that are happening, I guess, in the background. and that don't really have any kind of, they don't really seem to matter, right? Like, you could have just gone from part 4 and 5, where he's going after the chaos, and or where he's going, you know, Calvin is the member of the Chaos Insurgency, is going after all of the O5 members, and that could have been the whole story there. And parts 1, 2, and 3 really could have been just like footnotes of things going on in the background, but I think he just made those as like, okay, this is what happened during those times, so that you know, understand what those are referencing when he is, you know, bringing them up in part 4 and 5. But yeah, I mean, I feel like it almost kind of speaks. I feel like that maybe I'm wrong, and maybe this is just, you know, my personal headcanon interpretation or whatever. But I do kind of feel like, because of these like biblical references and the reference with the serpent and the whole story at the beginning of, you know, the snake saying, you know, your biggest mistake is thinking that you had a choice. You know, is this whole cycle set up by God to begin with, you know, aka the administrator, as something to perpetuate, to be in control and forever be in control, etc. And I mean, again, what happens then if you do walk away and these anomalies, these monsters, whatever, get loose? What does that mean for reality? And again, some of the plot holes, like I said, you know, there definitely were times where Calvin kind of seemed to have a little bit of plot armor-ish. You know, 610 kind of coming out of there as being someone that he kind of knew and was there to fight, you know, 682 in the American, and, you know, that army was there, you know, the army of the flesh that hates creatures defending him against, you know, the United States military and that part of the O5 Council situation, and then him randomly getting help at different times from, you know, the Serpent's Hand woman giving him the spear and these other various items that allow him to do these different things to beat these council members, because if he doesn't have those things specifically, then, you know, he's not able to win at any point. But then again, is that also part of, you know, the cycle? You know, is, as someone goes through this, is that always what's going to happen, just maybe in a potentially different way? But that also again then plays into, you know, all these images of him having been known. So it's like, has Calvin always been predetermined to be this person to supplant Siegel, and then has now Adam always been this person to that's been predetermined to supplant, you know, Calvin, and then is someone else going to supplant him, etc., etc., you know? And again, it feels very Metal Gear Solid-ish in the sense of, you know, what happened with Zero and, you know, the Patriots and all that kind of stuff, and then what was happening with Boss and trying to create, you know, essentially order versus chaos, or, you know, order versus the right to choose, or, you know, those kind of the differing ideologies in that kind of way. But that's kind of why I felt kind of Metal Gear Solid-ish to me. But the stuff that really intrigues me the most about this story was when they were getting into kind of the more biblical stuff with the archivist and her gaining the eternal knowledge and becoming the serpent, and then him using the spear to kill it, and then talking to the actual serpent and finding the other serpent, the serpent of knowledge and serpent of nothing, and yada yada, and then obviously getting past the gate guardian to go into the garden, and then O2 being there, and O2, I guess, potentially actually having been Christ. How did O2 get there past the gate guardian? Why did they die or let themselves be killed, whatever, etc., etc. And she's obviously the one that's been helping Calvin the whole time. So then again, like, is that also something that is part of the perpetual cycle? Is someone always going to be there to help guide, you know, the next usurper, etc., etc.? And then again, you know, was Lucifer the first to like start this cycle, to see what things really were at its core and tried to stop and change things, and was killed and cast out. As you know, it seems like the way it was described from this video, I haven't, you know, read the actual full article, but the way it was described in this video is like there's just an angelic body there in a golden helmet, and inscribed as it, you know, was the description of Lucifer. I forget what it said, but the Morning Star, I think, is what it's called, which was, you know, one of Lucifer's nicknames. And then, you know, he grabs this golden flaming sword. So it's like, is that also supposed to be kind of like a reference to that? Was Lucifer the first one of the, was that Lucifer's rebellion? Was him, you know, going against the administrator and trying to change what happened, and that's what started the cycle? You know, I don't know. And then also, what was the Garden of Eden like the first testing of our world and our reality? You know, because it's like this pocket of anomalous space that this guardian that isn't supposed to let anyone through in, you know, I guess. But you know, what exactly is, you know, this garden, and what does it mean? And I seemingly, maybe it's like the first test of reality, and then we did something that went against what the administrator wanted, or whatever, and we got passed out to what we currently have. You know, I don't know. So, but it does bring up a lot of questions. But it's very, very good and very interesting story. Like I said, I do think that you honestly kind of probably could really skip the first 3 parts and just go to part 4 and part 5, as you know, the first 3 parts are kind of almost like he created those stories as a way so that when he did part 4 and 5, you would have a reference to them and understand what he's talking about. Because there probably would have been a lot of people like, what is he talking about with this incident? They would want to know about this incident. So it's like, oh, okay, I've read that already. I know what they're referring to, etc., etc. So there were a couple of SCPs that were mentioned in this, like SCP-1730. It wasn't the whatever this creature was, the flaming discs and multiple appendages or whatever that fought the, you know, super soldier task force. That I'll have to look up, and a couple of others just to see, I guess, essentially what they are. But it definitely tied in a lot of different SCPs, you know, 682, 610, 2000, etc., etc. Like I had said during one of them, like I feel like the existence of SCP-2000 in the canon kind of also is as a plot hole in and of itself. The archivist essentially having referred to her potentially living through multiple world-ending events and using SCP-2000 to restart it, but also kind of, to me, seems like that there in and of itself would be a way around anyone killing the O5 Council, because they could just make new members of the O5 Council with their previous memories, because memory engrams can be stored there, etc., etc. You know, but would their anomalous properties, you know, transition over? All that kind of stuff would be questions to be thrown up there. But like that in and of itself seems like a bit of a plot hole. But overall, very good story, very detailed, very intricate, and I could again easily see this being, you know, a show, series of movies, anime, or even a game, or a series of games to play through. Very good, very fun, and very interesting story. So but that's gonna do it for the Ouroboros Cycle. I know this is gonna be a long video. This last part is almost 2 hours long as we go right now. The part before it was an hour long, and then there's 3 other parts before them that are anywhere from a half hour to 45 minutes long, I believe. So all said, put together, this is gonna be a long video, guys. So thank you guys for watching. Hope you really enjoyed me going through all these and putting them together as one part. I'll have a link down below in the description to the Exploring Series channel, and to either the individual parts, or I might just have a link to the actual whole Ouroboros Cycle, because I believe I mean, I know he has them in parts here because I did them and went through and just did them in parts, but I believe he has a link to all of them together as just one long video. So I might just link the one long video. But anyway, so yeah, links down below in the description. If you guys want to come in and join whenever I do these reactions live, we would love to have you guys come in and join these discussions. I know this is a long one, and I did some of these live, but I did most of these on my own here as well. But would love to have you guys come in and join the discussions and add your 2 cents to these as we go through the reactions. And yeah, would just love to have you guys come in and hang out and join the discussions as we do these. There is a join button underneath the video as well as a link in the description. You can take a look at the YouTube membership tiers and the various benefits that I offer. You can get early access to videos. Obviously, as I'd mentioned, come and join the discussions as we do these reactions live. You can get early access to videos. You can get priority in any kind of reaction requests you'd have me do, etc., etc. So yeah, just take a look at that, see if you would have any interest in taking your support to the next level. But regardless, if you enjoyed this long video, do give it a like and a sub, as it helps me and it helps the channel grow. And yeah, I greatly appreciate you guys watching through it. Hope you enjoyed it. And yeah, hope you're all having a wonderful day whenever you're watching this and wherever you're at. We'll talk to you guys on the next one.